could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore, man.
Because I want respect.
Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality, that I will say the truth.
And you could see it right there in the private chat, and it's Sunflower Dragon said she prefers iceberg lettuce over romaine and kale. She's a walking salad kid, and she swears that iceberg lettuce gets she says that iceberg lettuce gets a bad rap, and it has more nutritional value, more nutrients and vitamins than either of the two lettuces. And she said that. Well, no, she said that, and then you wouldn't even think this because she's such a health nut. There's nothing more I love more than Burger King Fridays with a double Whopper as a Burger King right down the street from me in Palm Beach. And that's how I'm going to celebrate this. It's crazy.
Does she know how many calories are in that, though?
She doesn't count calories.
Hold on, let me bring up a table on the calorie.
No, don't. I don't want to. Don't ruin it for me.
Oh, we're live. We're live, man. We're
live. Oh shit! Sorry. Anyway,
olive oil for dressing. That's it.
Cleveland's the Burger King capital of the United States, right, W?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Oh, okay.
Definitely is. Welcome everyone. Lotus Notes 9. We have a special guest, the Sunflower Dragon. Sunflower, let me ask you a favor. Just to abbreviate it, because it's hard. It's a lot of syllables for a monosyllabic Neanderthal knuckle dragger like me. Can I call you Flow during this?
No.
No.
Oh, see,
I have one of my best friends growing up, Dennis Baldante. Little middle school thing. They're just one of these like ne'er-do-well middle school summer days. He took an inner tube and he put it over his face and he just says, "Look, everyone, I'm Flower Man. I shoot pollen balls." And I'm like, for some reason, we thought it was the funniest thing on the face of the earth, and we still do. And his nickname to this day is Flower Man, but we call him Flow. So I would like to call you Flow for this whole episode.
No, decline.
Oh, come on.
Wow, she's being an ice queen. This is what they call an ice queen.
All right, whatever you want.
They won't give you anything you want.
Dennis, you are spot on.
No. I'm just messing with him.
Okay. What a ball buster. What a cool chick breaking balls. Huh?
It's the girls in high school who rejected me. This is what
this
we're
isn't
dealing
any
with
old
right now.
chick. This isn't any old chick. This is a Canadian broad. They are cut from a different cloth.
Oh,
and we're going to find that out with Erica Durance during this, by the way. Who's
segue from heaven.
To give you a little backstory on Sunflower Dragon, she helped us out immensely during the Depp trial and Alec Baldwin trial with very, very, very modest and never brags legalese, and she was right about everything. Her and John O'Reilly guided us through. If I were to describe what Sunflower Dragon is, anybody who, and I know we all collect the comic book Daredevil, and we've all seen the Netflix show. She is Karen Page. She's the Karen Page of South Florida. You know how Matt Murdock and Foggy Nelson get all the credit, but it's really Karen Page who's doing all the work. So she's the Karen Page of South Florida. And
she's the hottest thing I've ever seen.
Artie Lang is joining us from South Florida. Speaking
of
which,
I love Artie.
That's an awe. That's a legit awe. I agree with that awe.
Yeah. Who else goes to Great Adventure on Gay Day with a red shirt on? You want it in the ass?
That's High Pitch Mike, I assume.
High Pitch Mike.
Saga.
Yeah. Okay. The Saga. People love that. So, right? People are obsessed with that. And Sunflower Dragon is tangled with Wilson Fisk himself on the streets, the Kingpin, and Bullseye, and all of Daredevil's rogues gallery. So she is no joke. She can mix it up on the streets and in the sheets. Not the sheets. In the courtroom.
Oh, well, that's what we're going to find out. I'm
Respectful,
planning
my
to
God.
interview her on all those things.
I'm just
Let's have a
saying,
look at
better in the
this
sheets than in the
picture?
streets. I'll put it that way.
What's this picture of you? You're underwater, right?
Yes,
That's you.
in a cave.
Oh, so you scuba dive, you're licensed. You're never going to get caught in the caves. You know those documentaries where they get caught upside down and they just die?
Right, but they're not trained. I have cave certification, so.
Oh my goodness. Thank you for helping me with that. So there you go. Everybody
I have
listening.
every certification.
Oh, really? Really?
I have every scuba certification you can get.
Oh, okay.
I am jealous. I had an incident surfing at Long Beach, Long Island, home of Billy Crystal and Larry Brown, and I still haven't recovered from it. An undertow swept me to the west against a slimy rope, and I couldn't. My friend Mike Andrew, I often bring, was drunk on the beach, didn't see, and I luckily was able to get under the rope, push off it, but I was as close to drowning as I've ever been. Lifeguards had gone home, and so I am impressed with anybody who can withstand the depths of the Marianas Trench like Flau
That's
can.
deeper. That's a lot deeper. But you saw your life flash before your eyes. Anything good? Anything memorable? Apart from your podcasting career, did you see you as a little child, like looking up at the sky, like they do that in the movies, and then you kiss your first girlfriend when you're like 8 years old, you go, and then you know what I'm talking about?
No,
and then
I pictured
you
me
get your
floating.
license, the man goes, you just passed your driver's test, and it's got an echo on his voice, and I'm going to stop. I'm done.
I pictured me floating to Japan, and somebody, some samurai uncovers my body as it floats up to shore. That's what I pictured.
Every time Arm used an ice machine flash before his eyes.
Oh, fucking beautiful.
Listen to the guy from Cleveland commenting on the oceans. Even though I think you're getting close to being in LA longer than you've been in Cleveland.
Next year will be half my life.
That's
next
crazy.
August. Yeah,
that's crazy.
And I'm trying to kind of move back.
You're too good for that city. We all agree. You're too good for that city. He just doesn't deserve you. I think get rid of Danny Elfman and then replace him with David. That's the perfect mix.
Here.
Right?
We just need more people to come out against him, and I'll step in his grave.
That's our next Deppening. We're going to do a Danny Elfman thing and Bert, and hopefully we do it during the week on a kind of a midday thing. Sarah says, after Ralph, Howard was cooling that backside longer than Meek Mills after Diddy. That's all I got. I guess this audio was released of us two having anal. Is that true?
Oh, I don't know.
How do you even get? See, that's perfect for Sean Combs, because one wonders how a heterosexual goes into prison and suddenly gets erections to have gay sex. I think he's ready for that now. How does a heterosexual suddenly get erect in prison? Right? It doesn't never made sense to me. I guess he can. I guess he's got the bi thing happening because he's going away. Right? Melvin, welcome. Sarah, thank you, Sarah. Thanks for the donation to your show. Speaking of which, I want to thank all four of you for taking a break from your little lives and doing this, because I think it's going to be a fun show. What's that, Flau?
Nothing. I said little. I was just...
I'm just being sardonic. Where is it? Where's Mark Harris?
Vinny, it's Mark. Dearest viewers, a new month and a new show. If able, please donate to the Arm Fund, which is how your host gets paid. Super Chat, Venmo, Cash App, or memberships. It all counts. We'll all go. Now put your face in the buttermilk and take a sip. Oh, I love the knee. Welcome to a new arm venture. How do you keep the music playing? How do you make it last? How do you keep the song from playing too fast?
I'm saying fast.
I want you to say dearest Deppening faithful in Mark Harris's voice, like you do with the Depp.
Okay, I'll re-record it for you.
I love that term, Deppening faithful. It's so funny.
David, while I have a chance again, and because you weren't, you were you weren't at the end, and everybody loved that.
Yeah.
You came about with a third left. What a brilliant job you did on Field of Dreams and Joe Jackson. I gotta say it again. And you're getting all these crazy requests now that you'll never be able to fulfill. And but I have to say, next time Chauncey is on, you got to do Laura Branigan for him.
Yes, the Gloria, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, definitely. Sunflower Dragon. How could she be doing both? What a multitasking beesh. Thank you, Sunflower Dragon. Thank you, Flow. Crazy.
It's like you have
Robin.
2 devices.
I got your device, Flow. Isabel, welcome you and your friggin' Orioles and your 0-2 Ravens. You're not used to that shit. You might be 0-3 after you play the Cowboys. You're not used to that shit. There's no bigger Ravens fan than Isabel, only followed by the Sunflower Dragon. Right, Flow? Sarah, we have
sports? Is that sports?
Yes. We all know that you could master sports had you wanted to. You choose not to. You and David choose not to. I always get scared.
She's underwater.
Yes, that's true.
She's scuba.
Water
That's
sports?
pretty impressive.
Sorry.
The Raptors, the Blue Jays. You know what I mean. And yeah, you guessed it. She's a Canadian broad. You guessed it. With that cool factor, they are walking a little higher off the ground, maybe than the rest of you broads. Let me see here. We have Autobot. Welcome, sir. We have all about the tendrils. Every follicle, every tendril is manufactured. There's a Macine. Hello there. Vito Adoladini. Rip Eric. I have an Eric the Midget video, by the way, I just found, where he's at the Viper Room for a half hour. Oh. The whole video is and they do he does an appearance at the Viper Room, and they go to the inner workings of the Viper Room, unlike I've ever seen it. Into the offices. It looks exactly, you were there, David. It looks exactly the same as how Depp left it. So Depp sold it to this guy, and I'm going to upload that on our Patreon, the full episode. They let him in, and they let him in the office and shit. I've never seen it's because David, that every time we see something from the Viper Room, it's only little snapshots. It's never like a panoramic view. This thing is. I couldn't believe it.
It must have been when he went to Jimmy Kimmel taping and he was in the audience for it.
It probably is the same because Eric the Midget was from Sacramento.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take that much to go a little south.
Yeah.
What's his last name? Lynch?
Yeah, and I guess he had done like the Mary McCormick show. He had been down there a couple times at the behest of Howard. So,
at Plain Sight or first there's a full episode of that as well. This is like behind the scenes, and it's a whole episode dedicated to him on the set. I'll upload that too on the set of Plain Sight.
But you have to deal with Shuley in that hosting it.
I don't think he's in this. Bon. I don't think he's in this at all.
I just remember Eric meets Tia Carrera. I just remember that at some point.
That's with Shuley, and Shuley's acting like a dick, like talking to Eric like he's 2 years old. Like, isn't it great to see her here, Eric? Don't you want to say something?
Patronizing her. Yeah.
Oh, that's it. That's the word.
Tia Carrera should have had a much bigger career. Carrera.
Based on her looks?
Just charisma. I think she could have played, most everything that you require a multifaceted Asian broad to play. Not based on looks. I think she's likable too. And I think that's why they cast her in Wayne's. I just feel like she deserved more than what show business had to offer. Hello, Chubby Pickle. Hello. I want to play for you guys a blind item that I saw very recently. This is who did this? Cindy Lou Who? When are you coming to the Basketball Hall of Fame? I've been there once in Springfield. This is Springfield. I was looking on MSNBC. They said this is Springfield in 20 different states.
Right.
You know, the whole thing with Ohio and the
with
dogs
Ohio,
and
yeah.
and the Haitians. This is Springfield in 20 different states. In the Simpsons. It's any town USA. It's always been.
Totally.
I love you, but I am due. They're going to induct me for the best white rebounder under 6'5" in the history of the sport of basketball, because it's not the NBA Hall of Fame, it's the Basketball Hall of Fame. And so that should be good. I'm going to be inducted for the best white.
It's like having basketball practice and you can't dribble.
What was that? What is that?
That's an armism.
What was the context?
It's like having basketball practice and you can't dribble.
It means, I guess, somebody's something incompetence or something. It's an
I have
armism.
no idea.
Yeah, we got to do a show where we just talk about armisms or just isms.
I had a thought like that
the
other day. Depp was seen walking to his private jet that he lost $650 million, but yet he still flies private every 5 feet. That's paid for by Prince MBS. So he's playing his guitar on the walk to the private jet. And I thought to myself, how much of a mental patient why is that okay? And somehow it is, right? You're allowed to bring your guitar everywhere you go. What if I just brought a basketball everywhere I went, and every walk I took to a car just dribbled a basketball and to show off? Like,
that would
I
be
would be
mental.
you would think I'm a mental.
You'd probably be cooler.
I would think, but nobody would buy it. Everybody like, oh, we grow up. Why is it okay to have a guitar? Why can't I dribble a basketball from a private jet to the house?
Dribbling a basketball seems more purposeful than just like aimlessly strumming a guitar everywhere you go. So I think it's a little bit more respectable to do the basketball.
But you know what I mean? How he gets a pass? Well, what if you took a Casio, David, a mini piano, and just started playing piano everywhere you walk?
I put my cello on a harness and like walk around like playing.
Violin, right? Any other instrument? Drums. You would never get away.
He'd be Sour Shoes.
That's true.
That's true.
Oh, nice one. Oh gosh.
I have the privilege of a DM exchange with Mike. What's his last name again? Mike from Maya Pack. God, I forget his last name. Michael. Shit, it's been a while. Anyway, I'm gonna try him again. To come on, I'm just gonna try him again. And I am obsessed with Sour Shoes the Stalker, because you guys know that story, right? Where he followed Howard home and set up his Casio at the corner of Columbus and West 67th. And then Howard came home with his bros, and he was just doing a medley, and they ran into the, if you ever go to New York, Howard lives on West 67th and Columbus, right at the corner of the Millennium Towers. And there's an what are those rich people tents that go out onto, what is that called again? And so you walk in the front.
Awning,
yeah. And so you can't miss it. It's a little strip right off of Lincoln Square, and Sour Shoes set up shop right there. It used to be the Reebok Sports Club, but it's changed the gym. So when Howard talked about the gym, that's the gym. When he talks about the movies, there's a movie theater in the building. Not a movie theater where civilians go. This is a movie theater for the residents of the Millennium Towers.
I remember Sour Shoes called into Artie and Anthony's show for the brief time that they had it, and Artie mentioned that Sour Shoes was, when they were at K-Rock, would always have like a plate of food for Artie to take up to Gary or something, and they would always throw it out or something. It just invested.
His mom's cooking.
His mom's cooking.
Right. Where he lives, it was like lower upstate, so it's like just past Westchester, and I think it takes about an hour, maybe less, to drive to Manhattan from where Sour Shoes lives. It's like lower upstate, barely out of the city. I'm banned from PayPal for life. Sarah wants to go on tomorrow and talk NFL, which I'm not against. We'll just see how I feel. With my mental health, I have a hard time committing from one day to the next. Let's see how I feel. Thank you, Sunflower Dragon. Once again, is that a different donation? Is it different?
No.
Is this is so Canadian of her. This is so Sunflower Dragon is granting everybody. I mean, Flow is granting everybody Canadian medical benefits for the rest of your life. Crazy Rob.
But I have to hit you with a sword.
That's okay. That's okay.
You have to knight us.
Canadian mountain
Yes.
with a sword. Mark sounds like Cowardly Lion. Crazy Robin is going to be sitting on a jump street pretty soon. All about the tendrils. Jason does Pell. Maybe it's not sexual at all. Maybe the sex is all about the power. When Ralph gave Howard a BJ in the Hamptons private bowling alley, did Ralph become Oral Anthony? Very nice. Does anybody know bowling? That is a Earl Anthony joke, I think. Does anyone know Earl Anthony? He was like the premier bowl. He was like the Jack Nicholson of bowling.
I remember him mentioned when they were making fun of Scott the Engineer for his bowling obsession, and I think that was a name they brought up. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That was an old callback joke. But
Yes.
that's an actual bowler named Earl Anthony, and he was the best bowler of that era. And I remember, he's like the Jack Nicholson of Nicholas of bowling.
Right.
Springfield, Oregon is the inspiration for Springfield and the Simpsons. I didn't know. Oh, isn't it Matt Groening from Oregon?
He is, yeah. So that makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense. F. Schulis is PCB 23. Hack Pack. We might need your police because this guy is a decorated officer, and I want to know what some of the crimes we're going to be looking at soon could be. But Flow knows this. This is similar audio. So Sarah has the audio of Meek Mills and P. Diddy engaged in anal.
So I gotta hear that.
Yeah. Del Campo. Thank you, McKine. Del Campo. Michael Del Campo. That's Sour Shoes' real name. Mike from Myopac. Arm in trust. Frank the Tank, I'm going to need your legalese opinion too as we weigh in. Welcome, Mary Jean. Welcome. Rich people tense. Thank you, Mary Jean. I'm such a Neanderthal, right?
That's all
Frank
good.
Tank. Okay, so here's the blind item that I was given a heads up by Cindy Lou Who, and it's this blind item. We might segue if you guys are up for it, and you included Sunflower, the next one, if we could sort of dovetail into this. This is come on. Okay, this is Crazy Days and Nights. Tell me if you see this. Tell me if you see this. Anything coming up on the screen?
Because I'm looking spinning. It looks like it's low. Oh, there it is. We see it.
Okay.
Buy one of
September
Unlimited.
9th.
Get
this
one free for a year. Xfinity Mobile. Is that what you wanted us to see? I'm just kidding. Blind item number 3 revealed.
Let me just give it.
Go, Johnny.
Let me give it my credit card number. This permanent A-list host has been September 9th, 2024. Oh no, September 18th. I guess originally they what they do is they do the item and they wait like a week to reveal what it is. So this is the reveal. This is from the 18th. This permanent A-list host has been trying like crazy to scrub the internet of his older controversial interviews. But some, like the discussion of the sexual assault of this actress that is so problematic, it is out on the loose again. Howard Stern, Fran Drescher.
That's right.
So she got ROP-Aid somewhere in like the early 90s, I want to say. And so I remember this kind of being a thing, and I went and found it, but we're not going to have time for it, but I'm going to show you. I think he's circled back to it a few times. So I went to the original one, and this is from 1994-ish, 95. And we'll just tease it.
Nostalgia porn.
Oh, excuse me. How silly of me. I apologize.
And salami, yes.
Yeah. Oh, you smelled. Anyway, Fran, of course, has an interesting background. We all know it.
I think we might have actually... But I've lost weight, so... Talk to her about this one.
I just remembered. We talked to one... Remember? You see, we were having a whole...
You're getting at when I was a victim of a violent crime?
Yeah, Fran was raped.
Yeah.
Which is, like, not funny.
I know. Well, have you noticed no one's laughing?
But I realized I brought it up one time.
He says not funny. He says not funny, but they have a good old time with this as it goes on. I'm just going to tease it a little more, and you can even hear the condescension in his voice. Remember that he had that cool guy, wicked witch voice all back then, certainly through the 90s, where we go. Fran was like, raped.
Right.
No. Go ahead, Debbie. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Just he says not funny as a way to cancel out everything he's going to say after that, where it's like, I've already said it's not funny. Now I'm going to make fun of it. Right.
He's almost putting a disclaimer to give himself, but it gets.
No, I don't think you ever did, but that was before we were televised. You've like sold out, and now you're going for the jugular.
Yeah, right. No. I was saying, like, how do you bring? I was talking to Robin earlier this morning. I said, "Hey, Fran Drescher's coming in, the nanny," and I said to her, I read in People magazine that she was, the victim of a violent crime.
That's how we like to call ourselves.
What do you mean, like people have been raped? Don't want to say, "Hey."
She's very cool. She's always been very cool, and she's being a good sport. And she has a lot of good stuff on this show. David and I were talking about, do you remember the time when Howard promised he was going to do a walk-on, the sitcom, and he bailed on it, and they got her in trouble at CBS, and she went crazy on him, and then Ray called in. It's actually a really good thing. I might combine it with the two.
What did Howard have his CBS show at the time? Because that did overlap with the nanny at some point. I wonder what year that was.
Yeah, I think it was. Geez, either he just missed it. The CBS show he had was 99 to 01. So either he just missed it or it's just before, but it's the late 90s. Believe it or not, the nanny started in 94. It's that old. I thought it came on a little later. I thought it started when Raymond started.
We were raped because that makes
no, it's just, I don't know, you get categorized that way when you work with the police and when you work with all of those things. Somehow you no
because everyone's like embarrassed to say it's rape, so they just go, oh, you were the victim of a violent crime.
No, I don't think so. No, I just think that's a technical term that when you unfortunately have to go through the process of the legal system.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's how you get classified, so you tend to, I don't know, pick up on it.
So I said to Robin,
it's not because it's a stigma. Bad things happen to good people. I'm sure there's no one in this room that's walked through life. You don't go through life on.
Sorry, Fran, there's no good people in that room. They don't relate.
And Howard's never faced any adversity. He's a bad person who's never faced anything.
That's right. He's the opposite of that. Here's how this happened. So Howard, in the meeting before this show, the day before, he's there with Jackie Fred, and Robin might have been in the meeting. He says, okay, we're going to bring up the rape. We're going to try to act sensitive, and we're going to goof on it for the next, the entire interview. So Jackie, get ready to write. Jackie writing jokes is in Howard's voice. It's not Jackie's thoughts. He's writing what Howard tells him to write. And so they had a meeting. That's how the show used to work.
Right.
Okay,
tell her, Jackie.
Bad things happen to bad people.
Yeah. Talk about being staged.
Bad things should happen to bad people, but unfortunately,
let me ask you this:
always work that
is
way.
the perpetrator in this room? Take a look at these two gentlemen.
He's been incarcerated, I'm happy to say.
Oh, that's
and
good.
still incarcerated, hopefully.
Yes,
They let a lot of these guys out right away.
No, 114 years.
Oh, no kidding. He must have gotten a lot of people.
Yes,
What was the MO on
there
this guy?
There were 2 busloads of witnesses. They called us witnesses.
White guys or black guys?
Them into, what are you
uptight about? White or black? Black guys did it?
No, they were black. But
it was a group?
Brothers.
Oh boy.
Oh my God.
Well, it runs in the family.
So you mean they had gone around and done so many heinous crimes that there was a busload of victims brought in?
2 busloads.
Wow.
2 busloads.
2 black dudes, huh?
Yeah, two guys.
Well, you
One
don't
was
want to
on
talk about the racial
parole.
thing?
One was on parole.
Had they done mostly white women?
Because the
Was it
color
mostly
of their
white women?
skin didn't make better or worse what happened to me. I mean, it has nothing to do with the color of the
No,
skin.
I'm not trying to make a racial issue out of this. I'm just curious what the...
But I think it's just that, I mean, even to ask what color, you didn't ask what color their hair was or their eyes were.
Of course not. Who cares?
He just assumes all crime is committed by black people.
I do not. Were they very black?
You do too.
Were they full African?
Wow. That's right there.
Yeah,
Robin's
that's racist as hell.
Right? It goes on. It gets bad. I don't want to ruin it for the next time, but it gets worse. And he starts to comment on the size, and it gets worse. This has got to be what the blind item's talking about. I believe once Howard gets fixated on something like this, he's going to circle back to it next time he has it on. He won't. And this is just like any other fixation he has. And this could be, even at the time, a gay man looking for a rape story, a rape story.
Well, and also he has these feelings about black people, so he wants to use Fran as like
reinforcement
for his own racism,
Yes. He can't help himself back then. He can't help himself. I mean, that was, right. I mean, you heard Flau in the background going, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah. And it gets worse. And we just ate it up at the time. I forgot how bad this was. I certainly heard it. This is like 3 years into my Stern fandom. So I was like every day, and I caught every E show, but, yeah, she was a very regular guest, and now she's beat the show. She's beneath the show now. They would never book her again. The only thing, she's the head of the union, right? The act, SAG-AFTRA. She was fighting for the. Go ahead.
Yeah, I remember seeing her maybe 10 years ago on like the Breakfast Club or something, and she talked about that sexual assault incident, and a caller was calling in to kind of bait her again about, I think, the race of the guys, and she was like, listen, I've had many black boyfriends since, didn't inform, she's a really cool lady. Like,
she is. She gets it.
Yeah.
Well, she could have went down the racism road with Howard, but she chose not to.
Easily.
Yeah.
Very admirable.
Her brother, is it a brother or a cousin, is like a wealthy financier who was on the Housewives show. Reed Drescher.
God, I don't know. I just know, like, her husband, who was also, I don't know if he was sexually assaulted, but he was definitely beaten up. They worked on the Nanny together, and he came out, like, they divorced, and he came out of the closet, and she still has
okay.
That's the only connection to her that I know. I don't know about her family.
But they were super good friends after that, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Really? So you know the backstory. Holy shit, that's great. Yeah. That's so cool. This guy is so pussy whipped. He makes Cash Warren look like Mel Gibson. It's crazy. He dotes over this, what was the name? Aviva or something like that. He just followed her around to all these housewife events and like didn't belong there and stuff. He's like, get him out of here. He wouldn't leave her alone for a second. Canadian healthcare is great, says Frank Think. I've never had to wait more than a week for major. Oh God, Frank, I have an eye appointment. I had to wait 3 months. And America brags about how, we don't have to wait. I had 3 months. It's my vision, for Christ's sake. That's not fast. You can't see. You can't exist if you can't see. 3 months.
It's a major
I swear
thing.
to you. We always brag about how. Yes. Tamara Francois. Looks like the party has started. Welcome, Tam Fran. We're just talking Canada, as you would love. We're talking Canada. I know bowling. Okay. So here we go. Bon, I want to compliment you again. What a brilliant job you did on Richard Schwantz with that Kansas City Chiefs insignia I sent you. I cannot believe how good. Can you let us in on how did you do this?
Well, the problem is that I had to look at Richard's penis for like probably half an hour. And I've seen it more than any of you guys will ever see it. But it's just called keyframing, John. So each time I had to move, like I could just use the left, right, up and down like buttons on your keyboard. I'd just go left, right. And each time I clicked it, I had to click it with a mouse and then move the little picture. So I saw the genitals so much. But it's very satisfying when you play it back and then the thing moves right over his groin area. I kept playing it back going, oh, look at that. It's perfect. You can't see it. And John said, just do the genitals, the frontal, the penis. And then I was watching it and I was thinking, I'm just going to do all of you guys a service and just cover up his whole ass because his whole asshole's hanging out.
I said urethra. I said urethra. Just. I'm just kidding. I did not. I would not give you more work. I would not give you more work. I don't know what I said, but I would not ever want to give you more work.
No, that was my decision because I thought everyone watching, because the back looks as bad as the front, and but
Right.
it's I hadn't seen that footage for years, and again, it's so bizarre. If anyone who's watching hasn't seen it, get ready. It's just crazy. And he comes in the studio, and if I hadn't covered it up, you're just seeing his penis. They zoom right in on it. Oh,
he jumps in front of Robin. He jumps in front of Artie. And the worst part is, and I don't know if you saw it, is Howard not taking accountability for. It's like the insurrection. It's like Trump going, "I have nothing to do with this." So it's just like it.
I've forgotten the background, John or David. Why did he do it? He lost a bet, and then he had to streak. Can you tell us all why?
No, it's just Howard.
No,
I miss streaking. I want to see it. And they're so new to Sirius that they think they have the key to the castle and they can do whatever they want. He's a partner.
It's funny.
Yeah. Hey, Hooper's at the Met.
And the place was filled with people.
Right.
Right.
It was
yes,
Cosmo.
Lots of people. There's people
Cosmo
everywhere.
Radio. Yep. Cosmo, I looked it up. I tried to find out who these broads were. Cosmo went from 2006 to 2013. And it folded in 13. Who else comes on board in 2013?
Marcy Turk, right.
So they seem to be killing a lot of shows around that year. I wonder where the money went. Right? Howard TV,
right.
Yep, all the taken away.
More footage of Richard's balloon knot and penis, yeah.
That's what it was, David. I looked at it, yeah.
Oh, God.
Good Lord.
She is gorgeous, Frank the Tank. Fran is she actually like you broads age amazingly now, and it's Sunflower Dragon says she hates water and she just drinks Pepsi Max all the time, and that's the secret to her Mountain of Youth.
Jack Max.
I gotta drink
alcohol. I like to think that the people listening to this can figure that out all on their own. I'm not gonna throw in a disclaimer every time you say something unhealthy.
Look at Howard's locks. Yeah, they look horrible, tendrils.
Yeah.
Nervous and uncomfortable. Yeah, she was Crazy Robin. You could feel the nervous, uncomfortable laugh, but she's such a good sport. She's trying to go along with this, and it gets worse. Trust me. But that's for another show, and I think we should go to our part 2 after this. Use that. I always thought Fran put that accent. It probably is embellished, Frank. I think it is.
A little more theatrical on the show.
Yeah. Rape is a victim of violent crime. Dumbass Howard, says Crazy Robin, who deals with a lot of victims in her own right. I remember her on the show. I never saw one episode of The Nanny. I have not either. He just says words. He talks like there's no depth or meaning, says Pellel. He's experienced nothing in his BS. Yeah, you think about it, you really, the closest he's come to that is he got asked for autographs at Randall's Island and then hid in the car while his family was being ravaged by these people. He abandoned his kids and wife and hid in a car. That's remember the Grillo gun thing? I think he thinks that.
Yeah.
He still talks. Remember that he goes to Artie. He goes, "I had a gun in my mouth." And you just can't get serious. See, Bon, that's a great drop to have. You wouldn't surprise me if you had it already. I wouldn't even doubt you had it already.
I do.
Jewish penis?
So
that was Grace.
Call bullshit on the fact that Howard had a gun in his mouth, right?
Yes, of course we do.
There's no way.
If he lies about everything else, why would? Yes. Oh, Sarah said she tried to make an edit on it a few years ago, and it looked like a lump of pink cotton candy. I think I remember that because we've been talking about doing this for a long time. But I took
the
I don't know if it's...
though, everybody. I took the hit for you. Just remember that when you, if anyone's thinking of giving a super chat this episode, I took the hit. Oh my God.
Well, I mean, I had to give you the exact timestamp, so I took a little bit of a hit myself, as you might imagine.
Yeah, you saw it. Yeah, it was ranked.
I remastered it. Not only that, I had to remaster it.
Now I want cotton candy.
Oh God, cotton candy! All the food groups, all the new treats you could want. Earl Anthony on Wild World of Sports. God, those memories. God damn it. The boring Saturday afternoons with nothing to do when it was raining out. Earl Anthony versus Marshall Holman. Kyle Rote Jr. on the competition name. Bowling was big back then. Thank you, Sarah. Richard, the huge Kansas City Chiefs fan, called the New England Patriots the Boston Patriots. I remember that during that parade. So here we go. Jason, Richard, the huge. Okay, I just read that. Here we go. Here is Richard Christy streaking from March 2006. Bon, I don't know if I'm more impressed or it's just as funny as it is impressive what you did with this when we see Richard.
Well, we're going to have a wrap up of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Of course, all the backstage action, question, and believe so. Pages just like Gary Delabate. Sirius, the
is a new channel here at Sirius, and they deck here at Sirius. It looks like there might be some hot chicks there.
Well, we'll go and find out.
Yeah, the COMSO channel is a new channel here at Sirius. And they decorated the entire lobby for a big press party.
It's really funny because they have a Cosmo rug and they made it so that nobody can step on.
Okay, let's get this out. Cosmo has no idea what they're going to do. They're not in on it. They are ambushed. It's not set up. They're not supposed. They have no affiliation whatsoever to the show. They're not good sports. They're not in on it. They're not. Oh, the Stern Show. They're not getting themselves into anything. You don't get licensed because you're on the show that you can rape people and pull your fucking pants down. You don't get to do. You don't kill people. The show seems to think it has license to do that, doesn't it? Oh, you know what you're getting yourself into if you sign this disclaimer. We're allowed to kill your family, and that's that. They always do that shit. Not this time.
Had they already settled lawsuits with the intern beauty pageant by this point, like a K-Rock?
Well, there were a million of them there. I would assume so because, I mean, they'd have to have taken action
right away
by this time. Yeah, unless follow the money.
Were the lawsuits at K-Rock?
Yeah.
Was the intern beauty pageant issue at K-Rock?
They had them here too, but I think they span back. I remember they say follow the money, right? So as soon as Howard's $100 million a year and bonus come out, if you're the interns, you're going, whoa, let's follow the money. Let's sue this fucker. And they made them go away. No one knows about it. They were not disclosed. They settled out of court.
I just wonder if they felt like they could do this streaking stunt because they had successfully settled out of court with this type of thing before. So they have a precedent and now they feel comfortable to just terrorize people because they could just pay for
it. It may be that the lawsuits came after this because he seems to feel like he has no consequences during this. It's like he's not even aware that this is.
I could see both.
They've given him the keys to the castle. He's a partner. He thinks they're beholden to him, and we'll do whatever we want, even if you're not part of the show.
And he also thinks that, because this is the Howard Stern brand, it transcends legality.
Yes. Well, that's what I was just saying. It's the Stern Show. We do whatever we want. Like the release they signed, like, hey, kill your family and we can rape you and whatever. It's the Stern Show. We can do what you have no rights. That's how they treat this. But you phrased it well. And so here is
on it.
Yeah, I saw
they had it guarded.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's poles around it. Like you can't step on the Cosmo rug.
Don't step on the Cosmo rug.
I used to read Cosmo like it was, the young woman's Bible.
Bible, yeah.
A lot of chicks are excited about the Cosmo channel. Looks like they have some programming too because they had the.
I'm sorry. What was that, David?
Those double G breasts on Lisa G. They're so obvious.
Yeah. You can see the headlights. the screen can't even hold them. Do never underestimate Howard's power of bitter jealousy and wanting what everybody else has, regardless of what he has. So is also a component that he's looking at that going, this should be my party, even though I could have any party I want. And he sees that he wants what they have, even though he has way more than they have. It's always a have.
The focus should be on him.
Right. Outside. Exactly. The focus should be on him. And go ahead.
Oh, sorry. And now he's going to punish them for his feeling of FOMO. Like, I should have been invited to this and you didn't invite me, so now I'm going to punish you.
I'm going to sabotage anything good around me because I'm the only one that's allowed to be celebrated or have anything good. And this is how I'm going to sabotage.
Names of all the individual shows on the carpet.
Yeah, it looks like they actually planned this one.
Yeah.
Is one of the shows like the Big O at noon, or you know what I mean?
The big orgasm.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the Candace Bush now.
As if Lisa G is not more interested in the Cosmo content than this. As if she's appropriate for the Stern show. She couldn't be less you know what I mean? She has none of the components that it took for old school Howard. She does not belong on this show in any way, shape. She belongs on Cosmo.
As if she's not pitching like autumn cookie recipes that your teen will love to Cosmo as she speaks, you know.
But she has no kids, and she still thinks she's a 25-year-old Hot 97 DJ. I think she's Howard's age. I think she's 70 by now.
Show is going to be on the Cosmo channel.
All I know is like a lot of the guys are like, hey, man, I bet there'll be some hot chicks there. Maybe we can get laid. What time does that happen, that Cosmo party?
I believe 8:30 to 10:30.
This morning?
Hey, J.I. Young, that's a great reference by you. That's in this. Lisa G had a wannabe lawsuit against Howard when Sal rubbed his Guido asshole in front. That's this episode. Bond, did you see that when you went through it?
No, you just sent me 4 minutes worth. That's all.
That's this episode. That's this very episode. Lisa interviews Sal, and he pulls his pants down and gives her a Yokozuna in the hallway.
I don't think I've seen that. That's disgusting, though.
Unsolicited.
Even I wouldn't do anything like that.
J.I. Young, that's a great recall by you. I can't believe you remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going.
See you at noon.
Thanks,
Thank
Lisa.
you.
All right.
Let us know when that Cosmo party starts.
And by the way, how much of an ambulance chaser do you think Lisa G is through the years? She's not making a lot of money. She insists on living in ridiculous Manhattan, and she would kill for like a Fox News Roger Ailes kind of thing to go off in the sunset. You know she wants that.
Yeah, she's
settlement?
baffling.
Yeah, that she could sue any company she's with. Wants to That's okay. Go ahead, Debbie.
No, Sunflower, go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I can see her as someone you have to be really careful with because if you step out of line, she will sue. Yeah.
Yes. And she's uptight and she's scheming. Yes. She's phony and all those things. You're absolutely right.
I don't even know how she got this job. I can't believe she got this job to work next to Steve Langford. It doesn't even make sense.
I think they were looking for a woman abroad, and they wanted someone who was like an anomaly to this, that she would be like offended and she actually is obsessed with Howard. I think she thinks she's going to be Beth. I think she thought in her mind that Howard was going to divorce Beth and marry her because she's Jewish. I think that was the master plan.
And they had Penny Crone, but I think you're right. I think Lisa was supposed to be like the straight man to the antics of the Stern show. Like she would be, and she was outraged by a lot of stuff that they did, but I think Howard did not anticipate how much she was in love with him,
Has anybody revealed their salary, the Howard 100 News team?
No, I want to know.
Someone like that. I want to know
what
too.
What could it be? Shuli's would have been much lower than Langford's, but I wonder what Langford's was. Does anyone who knows how much could you pay someone who's just doing this stupid journalism? It's not even journalism. It's
George Flowers.
What would it have been back then? 60,000, 70,000?
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking.
Shuli's first podcast when he left during COVID, I think he did reveal what he was making like in 2020, or 2019, but I don't know if it was slashed from what he was getting when he started in 2006.
Frank the Tank says, I doubt Richard could be charged with sexual harassment for streaking. At most, you'd probably get indecent exposure. Oh, wait till you watch the whole thing, Frank. I don't know. Certainly can be sued. That's for sure. And you'll see how they try to back away. Well, okay, what do you got, Flau?
You want me to say it now or wait till you finish it?
Yeah.
Flow.
Rock out with your cock out.
Apparently, it has to be repeated acts in order for it to be harassment, right? So potentially your boss could come in fully nude any given day and you can't sue them as long as it's once.
Wow. Is that Florida or everywhere?
No, it's federal.
Okay. So there's no
harassment has to be repeated, right? So just one penis running around. He probably was probably gave him a strike, but they can't sue.
Could you get them for being a comedy team? Because Sal does it to Lisa G in the hallway in the same stroke. No pun intended.
You know, that's more than one time. So if you essentially, but you'd have to be have seen the penis and the ass.
Okay.
Because she got a great ass, and you got your head all the way up it.
You never hear the ending of that. It's always like great ass, and they stop playing it.
Right.
Yeah, give us a heads up because we want to go over there and check out the chicks.
So
I'm going to walk in all smooth. Hi.
Hey, baby.
Hey, I understand you're part of the Big O show. We ought to just evaluate the girls, go in the lobby, Artie, with a microphone and decide who's hot and who isn't.
Yeah, I'll show off my Sirius badge.
The discussion was that, I'm supposed to go out on the street at 8:30 to try to get chicks to ride the...
How great would it be to get a hold of Artie's Sirius badge? What did he do with that? Does he still have it? Would he get like a giveaway? I would love to see that badge.
I wonder if it's on the floor of the bathroom at the gas station he was working at.
I think he's in Florida now. I wonder
Is
who
he?
we
Oh,
could.
wow.
There was somebody I was thinking of the other day who might give us insight. Who Jesus, what was his name? Oh God, Jimmy Palumbo from Beer League.
That's right.
Sibian, and we're thinking maybe I should just go to the lobby.
Yeah, that might be the place to hit. I love a party. How soon before Sirius Wise is up and realize you...
Did you hear that, guys? Because it comes over to you. Howard was playing There's Whores in This House.
Yeah.
And you could hear it in the background, but we couldn't hear it.
Yeah, it's a little... I think I've got that somewhere here. I'll just try. I love that drop. Well, yeah, it's very low. Yeah.
I think it's because the Howard TV, we're picking it up from their headphones collectively, but they don't do like the radio show audio over the Howard TV video. So we're getting we're not getting the audio from Fred's board.
Thank you, Gungadin. I was just about to say Howard's so jealous of the new channel. Yeah, great minds, Gungadin. I used to think too, when the guests would walk in and they didn't have headphones on, if they could hear what Howard was saying to them, like before they would sit down, he would talk to them, and you're like, can they hear what he's saying? Because they didn't have the headphones on.
Right.
And then they would come on. I could never understand like how far the voice traveled when you didn't have headphones on. Everyone hates Lisa. Crazy Robin, I think Lisa G might be one of the universally most hated in the history of the show. Like the first run of Sirius. She's just in every way she's hateable, right? She just has she's uptight, she's delusional, she's talentless.
When she stood up, when Jason stood up in front of her in the staff photo and she cracked shits, that's when I really hated her. I was
love that.
Wow, you bitch. You can't take shit.
That's a good one for a Jason and Will show.
Same.
We're gonna do for Boff. That's a really good one.
Her book was universally trashed. Her book was terrible, but I just remember like even Comes Again probably didn't get as many reviled reviews as Lisa G's book did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got it. She must have been a Buckwald client. Yeah, because you don't
get the book deal. It's Schuster, isn't it?
Right.
Simon. Yeah.
So so that's how she got on the show. That's how she got a book deal.
How would anybody on the Patreon enjoy us reading her audiobook? David, John and I and Sarah will all take a chapter, because I would like to read that book. If anyone's got that, email that through, because I ain't paying for it.
Autobot says she's 68. Probably going on 69. I bet she's born in 55. And I remember thinking she was Howard's age. I remember.
I'll read the sexual parts.
Read it in Canadian too, Flau. Lisa G takes a shit at work. Here we go.
You don't schedule a press thing
while we're here.
Well,
you know
ruin
what's
it.
interesting? There's a lot of very.
That's true, Crazy Robin. Lisa G is the very personification of childless cat lady. That's very true.
Sexually titillating titles on these shows. So certainly somebody wants to ride the Sibian, right?
Richard should streak. We haven't seen.
Okay, right? What we just hear comes from whose idea, right?
Yeah.
Please the boss, king shit, king baby.
Titillating titles on these shows. So certainly somebody wants to ride the Sibian, right?
Richard should streak. We haven't seen good streaking since the 70s. Hey, Richard, you're all waxed.
Hey.
Oh, that'll scare.
Look at how giddy Howard is. It's his idea. He tries to back away from it later. I want you to remember what he just said.
Also, it's so premeditated too. Like Howard came in with the
knowing
he probably came to Sirius thinking like, I want to get Richard to streak in some capacity. I just have to wait for the right catalyst for it. Like it's not even because they're having the party. He's been waiting to dole this out at some point.
You had me at catalyst, by the way.
Oh God!
And even Dole coming after it. I am.
Maze and an emphatic stroke of Byzantine whimsy.
God.
I love. It is a very special word to me. It is a great word, and you are a great guy.
It's not good, but that chimney is so distinctive, right, Sarah? Like,
yes.
Crazy Robin's right. Lisa G, she is a one-woman HR report, like the Jason stuff, right? You could see HR just rolling their eyes. They probably have a full file cabinet of Lisa G reports to them the whole time. Guaranteed.
Well, and also, like, they wanted to send her out to LA to do reporting on something, I think like Ronnie's block party, and she was trying to get money from the company for someone to watch her cat.
Oh, God damn.
5 days or
10
something.
batteries, cat sitter. Yeah.
Yes.
Scare them.
I want to show my asshole, my taint.
Hey,
and
Cosmo
Captain Sack should run by too.
Oh, no.
You should streak, dude. That would be cool.
I'm up for that.
Because it's
Do you think a stooge, acolyte, lemming like Richard's going to say no to Howard at this point as they just got to Sirius? And he knows that they'll do anything to please him. So the surely mean 20,000 overpaid. 20 is that what it was? That's why he's doing those block parties. That's 20 grand. I believe that.
Cosmo. They always talk about what jerks guys are.
Right. And
you
can
don't
be
think
the
I'll
jerk.
get in trouble?
Nah.
What trouble?
Okay, you heard it. Richard says, "Are you sure you want me to do this? I'm not going to get in trouble, am I?" Howard goes, "No, do it." That's it. That's it. Right. That's the culprit. You don't have to go any further than that. It doesn't matter what Richard does.
Yeah.
What, streaking?
Yeah.
That's a time-old tradition.
And you just run back in here. This is where you save.
Okay. When does it start?
How's your waxing job? Is it holding up?
It's good, yeah. And I got a new shaver,
Stop
too.
touching yourself.
He's rubbing it.
Yesterday in a hole.
Howard spends his time thinking about Richard's waxing job. Like, this is what he fixated on, right? And this is what David's right. He had this in his head for maybe a couple weeks, and he's trying to slip it in here. He's looking for any opportunity to see his male staff nude. Crazy Robin's inappropriate conduct within the workplace. It breaches a minimum of ethical behavior. I would love to know, unless
Him and Benji were trying to make their dicks move without touching them through their pants.
What?
Yeah, it was like really the gayest shit I ever saw. Like, what were you guys doing?
Well, you can flex your penis.
You can?
Yeah, like
I always the one's more vile than the next. This group of wretched Morlocks. You have to. Howard's germophobia has got to be. It's such bullshit. He's allergic to civilians. He's allergic to anyone who's not a celebrity. But to be in the studio with these guys, your germophobia is completely compromised. I don't buy any of it. There's no way you would share a studio with these guys if you truly had germophobia.
Yeah, I mean, his germophobia is classism. That's what it is. And
yes, it's an elitist.
I think that because these miscreants are part of his troupe of, guys that sort of satisfy his sexual gratification, he sees them as part of his echelon of life, you know, and so he's willing to give them a pass.
You are. How about a?
They're
how
his
about an
dancing monkeys, not the unwashed masses.
An echelon of catalysts, as it were.
Most guys can, and
why would you talk to Benji about that?
It just came up that like multiple. Benji told me that he believes in multiple male orgasms.
Well, it's separating coming from orgasming.
I don't want to talk to you.
Okay, but that's how we got into it.
And then all of a sudden you say, let's see if we can make our penises move.
Anyone who wants me to pause it, just tell me so. I'm not going to be offended. I'm not going to roll my eyes. I'm not going to huff. This is what we do. So what David just did is perfect. Don't worry about it.
Thank you. So Howard asking Richard, like, why would you talk to Benji about that? He's trying to encourage Richard to talk about their conversation because he wants to get off to the fact that two, quote, straight guys are talking about each other's penises. It's the Camp Well Met sort of, I want to watch other guys talk about their sexuality so I can be a voyeur. So he was trying to egg him on into that, is my theory.
What's interesting about these horrible conversations is Artie, is that I think he hates every minute of this. I think that he is trying to go along with this, but he just can't even fake it. And you really don't hear a lot from Artie on these segments. He kind of just like shrinks behind the desk. He just, how could, what are you supposed to do to contribute to this if you're an Artie? What do you do with this? Right? Well, how do you engage this conversation? It's so stupid.
Yeah, and even when they had like, oh, sorry, go ahead, Sunflower.
Oh no, I'm just saying they're flexing their penises together because they know Howard will be interested in it.
That's right. That's right.
That's why they're doing
it. Please the boss. That's right.
I think we were talking about the muscles under there. Yeah, and we just faced each other and did it. And
you guys are just
homos. And you can see it. Can you do it? It's kind of cool. Can you do it?
No, sit down. What's the matter with you?
He wants to now do it with you.
I don't want to do it with
Come
you.
on.
No, man.
You'll feel good.
You just guys are homos.
Just try it.
You going to streak?
Yeah.
All right.
Was that you, David, or Richard?
That was Richard.
Okay. I just heard like a stop it, and I don't know why I thought it was Howard's trying to calling them homos, and it's a great deflection because this is your content. This is what you want. So they're the homos, but this is what they're pleasing you. All this shit is for you.
I'm going to do it right now.
No, there's no party now.
Why don't you go out and practice?
I'll go streak the receptionist.
Yeah.
Aren't pedophiles currently in jail for what Richard does here?
Like AA. Yeah.
What's AA sentence? What's the deal with that sentence? I keep hearing, I don't know the closure on that. What was that?
I mean, it was statutory rape for sure, but I don't know the details per se.
Like
they alluded to it on the air when he was in studio.
Yeah,
I'm sure girl who came on the Stern Show?
I don't
who was
remember.
the
same girl?
She was underage, so I don't think she was on. I don't know
She
who
was.
the victim was. Was she on the show?
Yes, and she talked about him and how creepy he was. They had a big fight, and she was underage.
Do you remember the date of this?
No, but I'll remember her name.
Okay.
I will.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's something to definitely, because they ignore the shit out of it, and that's definitely something for us to maybe tackle at some point. Anything they don't want to be out there, that's our red herring.
Yeah.
He had photos of her underage on his phone.
Oh God. Okay. I mean, does that surprise you? The absolute hideous reprobates that are connected to the show.
Hayden something.
Yes. Hayden. Oh God, I know what you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah,
I'll look it up.
But yeah, when does the party?
8:30.
Okay. Yeah,
you could streak the Cosmo party.
You should streak because they do have a lot of meetings out there in that lobby area. You know, we should have thought of that when Mel was out there meeting.
Oh, town hall. Streak the town hall.
Yeah, what is that town hall? No one ever invites me.
I was on my way to the wrap-up show, and I had to walk through the town.
Before we see this, let me get this thought out before I forget to say it. Let's see them do this to the Jet magazine launch party, or the
Right.
what's the other black magazine? Not Essence.
Ebony.
Oh God, Ebony. Thank you. Yes, Ebony. Let's see them try this to the Ebony magazine launch party. Let's see how that goes. Right? You think black women would put up with this on any level?
Well, you know, the other thing too is like in the on the show now in 2023 and 4, remember they were playing commercials for like, if you're, you know, like a super horny deviant, you know, and you want to be a new whack pack, like they were soliciting for new whack packers essentially, which in my mind is like, you're setting up a trajectory to, in a couple of years, distance yourself from them because they're found out to be sex offenders. You know, it's the stupidest thing that they keep cultivating these deviants, you know.
Well, where do all the sex offenders gravitate to? This show.
Right.
They cultivate them. This is a breeding ground. It flies to shit, right? Look at all the creeps. Sarah compiled that list of all, and you just keep adding things to it all the time, whether it's Puff Daddy, whether it's Matt Lauer, Harvey Weinstein, over and over and over again. It's just crazy.
And again, I think.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Well, I was just going to say, like, I think it's an extension of Camp Well Met. I think this is what Howard, he set the meteorological conditions for it to be just a den of iniquity, you know, and like. Now all these like deviants are finding this Stern show their safe space, you know, to act out their hideous proclivities. So
yes, everyone. He just said a den of inequity, meteorological conditions, a den of inequity, a den of inequity. Thank you, David.
That was off the charts.
And finished with proclivities at the end. I'm sitting there, I'm fixating on den of inequity. I'm just like, and then I'm going, and he drops it. I'm just like, I can't even focus a lot of time. He's obviously saying something.
My
very
point doesn't even get made across.
Leo Gunn, welcome to the Deppening Lotus Notes family. Didn't Lisa G freak out when Henry Hill asked for a caramel macchiato and she thought she wanted the? Oh my God, that's right, man. Everyone's coming up with Lisa G dirt. Thank you, Leo Gunn. Cookie parties were the worst.
Town hall thing, and I think it's just Mel taking questions from the employees here.
Yeah, I'd like to see what questions they ask.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
I think I speak for everybody on this show and in the chat. Den of inequity, you stole the words right out of my mouth. I mean, I was just about to say that.
But Mel was speaking.
It's like a pep rally.
Yeah, you really want to challenge Mel at one of those.
Yeah, but he could streak it.
But that.
Are you guys? Do you get the douche chills when Howard kissed Mel Karmazin's ass all the time like that? There's nothing. I hate when he brings his name up. There's something about the obsequiousness of it, or just like he doesn't ever bash Karmazin. It's the one guy he won't take a snipe at. Right. And all the executives he starts fake feuds with.
You know who else did that?
Now.
Right. You know who else did that was Imus. Like I remember in one of the clips Howard played of Imus trashing Howard, one of the things Imus said was like, you know, Mel likes me better than Howard.
Yes,
and Howard got really triggered by that.
Oh, Mel kind of likes me a little more than Howard. I make a lot of money for the company.
It'd be funny every time if you streak. Like just run through naked.
God damn it, Christy, not again.
I was such a fan of streaking. I used to like streaking was so big in the, I guess it was the 70s.
Yeah.
Where like the Academy Awards would even be streaked.
David Niven.
Yeah.
Big sporting events.
That guy had a great joke when that guy streaked behind him.
What did he say?
Said something about his shortcomings or something. I can't remember exactly, but it was a funny joke.
Streaking was like the bomb, and then it just stopped.
And it was happening on every college campus. It was great.
I did it in high school. I streaked one time, but I jumped out of the back of a truck to streak, and I tripped on the side of the truck and scraped up my private area on a gravel road.
You know who the last guy to streak was? Benji at the Playboy Mansion. He took all his clothes off, ran into the pool naked. It was the funniest goddamn thing ever.
The problem now is doing it outside. You could get arrested for a sexual crime.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's why it's so much harder.
Are you allowed to streak in here?
Yes.
We're not outside.
Yeah. I haven't said it's against the
In
rules.
a lobby full of chicks?
Will I get fired, though?
I don't know. You might.
I don't want to risk
But would it
my
be better
job.
just to walk through and not streak?
But I mean, that's the point. I mean, what happened? We're so politically correct. You can't.
Howard's already thrown him under the bus, and he hasn't even done it yet. I don't know. You might. I'm not going to back you up. It's my idea. You're going to do it to please me. I don't care what happens to you. I don't know. I might.
Also,
Go ahead.
In his backwards, like he's stupid like a fox. The whole not caring about my staff's job or their employment thing is part of the comedy of the Howard Stern character. Like he's a ball busting boss, and so the audience doesn't interpret it as evil. It's Howard being funny that he doesn't care about Richard's job.
Crazy Robinson's ethical and legal are of course different, but they're all company employees afforded the same rights in the workplace.
Streak anymore? I mean, how fun would it be if Richard streaked? Now we're debating whether
he could be fired or charged with a crime.
What if we light him on fire so he has to be naked?
We'll burn his clothes off.
Rip my clothes
It's
off.
like all of a sudden, like you can't even streak. So don't streak then.
No, I want to.
No,
though.
don't.
I really want to.
No, because then
You think it'll be a problem?
I don't know.
Look, ultimately, if you get fired, who gives a shit?
G-string, there's definitely nothing wrong with that.
So Howard's doing. He's taking more of the onus off of him by saying, you know what, don't streak. But he's already planted the seed in this out of control man's head. This out of control man that wants attention. He
knows exactly what he's manipulating them to be the acolytes they are. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Right.
He's been doing it for years to his other employees.
I think Richard knows too. Richard knows what he's saying.
Right.
They'll do anything to please him.
But Howard's just taking himself out of the equation.
Why do you think they were hired?
Sorry.
Right? I mean, the willingness to do nude, they'll go to any lengths to do this. And that's Sal and Richard. Richard had no business winning that contest. Howard was mad because Sirius is having a press thing and the show is going on. Yeah, we'll get to that.
Also, sorry, one last thing before you start. This reminds me, Johnny Knoxville was on the show like a year ago, I think. And the last thing Howard said in Johnny Knoxville's interview was, like, I loved wedgies. What happened to wedgies? And guys, I loved seeing wedgies, just seeing their underwear over their head or something. So it's the same thing. It's like he enjoys seeing male nudity or semi-nudity,
Yeah, that's a great point by you. You got to remember, this is the Jackass generation. That was when that show was at its, even though it's a ripoff of the Tom Green show on MTV, but it was that Jackass generation where they were all trying to one up each other. And this is one of the ways. This is the exact year that was huge on MTV. That's a great point. Forgot about that.
Yeah.
And they normalized nudity on that show exactly like this.
And they also codified male nudity as comedy, where female nudity is sexy. So Howard rode the wave of the culture thinking that any kind of male nudity is funny, and therefore he's not gay because it's all
codified.
In service of,
Can you codify a debt of inequity?
I gotta put my book. Sorry.
You got to dumb it down, David.
Don't dumb it down. Don't ever dumb it down. Don't ever.
You got to be dumb like us, David. That's the new trend.
I got to put a glossary in the show notes.
Don't you ever change. Don't ever change. Even for sunflower.
You remember what your parents told you, David, when you were 12 years old and you were like Doogie Howser? They put you in high school. They put you in 11th grade. Don't ever dumb yourself down for these humanoids. Don't ever do it. They said that to you.
Oh, they did, actually. That's funny.
I know. I imagine they did. And I'm glad they did. Sal was always funny to laugh at. Richard is actually a one-trick pony, yes, with physical stuff, straightening stuff too. Yes, maybe whatever that second trick is, but you're right. Essentially, you are spot on, Pello.
Yeah, but that's
G-string is not streaking.
It's funny to see some guys' gonads flapping in the breeze.
Well, if he doesn't stop, I mean, if he just runs through.
I don't think there's any rule against it here.
Wear a mask, because they won't know who you are.
Yeah, I'm officially withdrawing my request for you to streak, because now I'll be blamed.
Wear a mask and don't tell them where you're from.
Well, can we make a call to Mel and see if it?
Oh,
yeah,
you
Mel's
can't
gonna
ask permission.
Yeah, he'll sign off on that.
Yeah, Mel's excited for you to streak.
Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
You know what we can do? We can open the curtain and be naked here.
I don't think I can see you.
Where's the meeting? Is it out?
This is the quote-unquote genius of Benji. You're getting to see. This is what Benji supposedly. This is his worth to the show. Like this is what goes on in a meeting, and you always hear like everyone's like, "Oh God, Benji's hideous. Why is he on the show?" Like, oh God, the ideas he comes up with. That's clearly what Benji does in these Tuesday meetings. What he just did. That's him. Right? Oh, we could light you on fire, and you could do it that way.
Right.
So they think that's genius. What he just that's. And Howard hasn't said anything funny since Jackie left, so that's another level. But that's a good look at what Benji does in those meetings.
Yeah,
when
he's the David Cross of the Stern Show. Yeah.
Right, Andy Kaufman.
Right.
Dance.
I like streaking.
I'm sure it's right there. Yeah,
Yeah,
I bet they
you're
can
allowed
see
to
it.
dance naked in here. That's true.
I'm up for that.
Howard's turned
Just
on.
press him.
See, when you're
J.I. Young says Howard's the white Diddy. He allowed Benji to double fist Sal and Richard on the couch as a quote unquote bit. See if they get hard. That was as recent as 2019. Yeah, he's still doing that right now. There's some vile stuff. The evolved Howard. There's some real just. It's actually lazier too. It's not even. It's even less creative than it was initially.
standing there trying to show somebody that you're naked at a window, it's much more offensive than streaking.
It'll be like a pleasure booth.
I love streaking.
I just walked outside to use the bathroom. No, there's already a bevy of hot broads out there.
Let's see. Open my curtain. Let's
Setting up.
Nice alliteration, Artie. Bevy.
Bevy of broads. A murder of crows.
Look to the left. Look who's got headphones on, waiting.
Scott the engineer.
What's he doing out there?
Right. Like this isn't premeditated.
Look at that.
The food.
John, you got it. He's no. He
Free
might
food.
be getting the They got the camera, and they got Scott out there. He's got head. They might be getting ready for the streak.
Who's
Right?
on Scott's left?
Okay, that's an
our right?
argument for it being pre-planned.
Yes, thank you, Sonny.
Sonny.
Yeah, you like that one?
Who's on our
Yes.
Scott's left in the Yankee shirt? Any
I don't
idea?
know.
I can't make it out.
I
don't-
can't tell. Yeah.
Okay. A person is guilty of exposure if she appears in a public place in such a manner that the private or intimate parts of their body are exposed. So, Officer PCP 23 says it is exposure, indecent exposure, and then goes on to say the base of the crime, public lewdness, is a Class B misdemeanor. Lewdness is punishable by up to 90 days in jail and a $500 fine and probation. Thank you, PCP Bell.
That's great. But by the way, in the last 3 minutes of this clip, if Robin is having a side conversation with Benji or something, Howard just slips in, I love streaking. He's done it 5 times now.
Subliminal man, right? Like Kevin Nealon's
Subliminal
character.
grooming, right? Yeah.
My friend pissed in a pub. Frank the Tank says, my friend pissed in a public behind a car in Calgary. Cop caught him. Friend received a record for indecent exposure filed under the Canadian Criminal Code as a sex offense. So it's all over the place. I wonder if it's now Flau says it's federal. And I wonder, is it also state by state or I don't know.
But no, I was talking about federal employment law. That's separate from criminal.
Okay.
You got to find out,
Yeah,
Sonny.
he could be criminally
Find out.
charged.
Right.
Could they sue Sirius? That's different. Yeah.
Let's give it to you. You're at this party and you have nothing to do with the show. Richard, doesn't matter. You know, they say a good looking guy can get away with that because they want to look at, it's like the pretty privilege, even in a case like this. Let's just say whatever, Richard, whoever, you're not going to even discriminate how they look. How do you handle this as an employee of Sirius? I'm asking you, Flau.
But The thing is, those women are all there to get further ahead in their careers. So you say nothing. You don't go to HR because that causes you trouble. You laugh. That's all you do. And that's what they do.
Let's say you were a made woman and you couldn't get fired and you were in. What would you do? I hate men.
TikTok.
I missed the question.
Let's say you were a made woman and you couldn't get fired. There was no chance, and you were on a rocket ship to stardom any way you slice it. You're Erin Andrews. You've been looked at in a peephole already, and you're going to be on Dancing with the Stars, and you're going to get a Fox because of people. How would you handle it if you weren't looking to climb the ladder?
As a normal broad.
Well, the only way to handle it is to laugh. As a woman, the only way to handle it properly is to laugh, because if you act like you're shocked, then they get what they're looking for.
Would you be plotting to take him down in the back of your mind? Knowing this could happen again.
Because of a penis? No.
That makes one of
If it happened again, that would be a different story. Yeah.
Right.
If it happened twice, then we've got an issue, you know? But one time, I mean, it's gross, whatever. Laughing at a guy who's got no clothes on will affect him.
Right.
First time we've opened the curtain, ladies and
No,
gentlemen.
we want to see hot broads. Cosmo Channel's got to have hot chicks.
I tried to.
Okay, look at Gary here. So this is what they no longer, I don't know if they put a wall up, but you don't see this as, this is like the last time. And maybe if they had any repercussions, this was it. This curtain, I don't believe, opens again, right? This is 2 months into Sirius. This curtain leads out to their stupid compound. I hate saying, I hate the word compound now.
Yeah.
It seems like it's related to all pieces of shit when you say compound. It seems like there's a cult involved with some asshole who has to call his property a compound. I hate that word now. Hate it.
It's indicative of like an empire, and it just makes me feel like whoever's behind this is greedy and doesn't care about people.
Yes,
Right.
all the worst qualities. So Gary's going to open this curtain, and it leads to this, and we're obsessed with this curtain, and I think it's the last time you see it. And so you see this. I don't think it's a fishbowl or whatever they call it, and this is another facet of Sirius, which they
To steal a scone.
It's like a velvet rope.
Oh, they got
almost.
food.
So
Yeah.
go get one. Why can't you have a scone?
I don't know. They were giving me a look.
Oh, there they are.
I don't see anything.
It's a very small window. I'm shocked.
Mike Angie.
They're waving.
What?
It's hey, come on over. Just no, right here.
Hi, Gary.
She's
Hi,
coming
Gary.
in.
That's a dude.
I told her to come to the window, and she's coming in.
Oh.
Hey, come here, wave. Come say hello.
Tell her to moon.
Hey, look, you got to see. They're just like all classy looking chicks walking.
It's a dude.
No, just tell her to come over here.
That's a dude, Howie Brasco. That's a dude. David, this is what you're going to look like in 30 years.
Beautiful part in my hair. Yeah.
Yes. Crazy Robin left one of our. She goes.
Forget about it.
She left us a message. Oh, was that Depp in the surveillance room?
Mm-hmm.
She goes. Crazy Robin goes. I love you guys. Oh God. Bon. She calls you Bon. She's like, Bon is great. And David, he's 200 years old. I love you guys. She just throws it. And she couldn't think of like you could compliment David in so many ways, but so she just goes, and David, he's 200 years old, and that's great too. And 200
The age of my soul is the only thing she could think of. Right? What's a 5-letter word for nuisance?
That's a nice looking blonde.
Yeah.
Guys.
Oh my gosh! Even the caterer's hot.
They're all hot.
Come here. Just come here. Right here.
The bartender's hot.
No, not you.
Did that caterer send a deli platter to your dad's funeral?
God, now it's called back.
Look, bottled water. How do they get that? Look, Sunflower, bottled water. Party.
You.
Poland Springs.
Very hard.
Yes. Dennis Miller had a joke, which I really liked. This is years ago. He goes, he's on stage and they give him a glass of water with a stir. And he goes, don't you love it when they give you the stir, just in case the hydrogen and oxygen molecules haven't completely bonded yet? Even though tons of ice, I don't like warm soda or room temperature soda with ice in it. It dilutes the ice too much. It's an insult to the ice. I like it when it's on the verge of almost with the little ice shards in the freezer. Then I take it out. Then I put the ice in. It preserves the ice a little longer. Is that from the Deppening trials?
Correct. Wow, that's
My,
good
I
memory.
can't even
You're
remember.
good. See, you are. You're very good. Wow.
That's ice porn. Jesus.
Hey. Hey, how you doing, honey?
Hey, how you doing? That
She's too
one.
old for me.
Yeah, exactly.
She's ancient.
Yeah, she's too old for me.
See, now we're getting a little attention.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the girl that just came to steps
He's kidding, but he's not kidding. He's not.
is
Oh,
beautiful.
no, he's not kidding.
Oh, she works here. Hey, come here.
Oh,
there's
Scott.
one.
Oh,
Hey, now.
God.
Who's that chick?
Oh, we got the wireless out there. Here, come here. Stand over here. This girl works here. She's cute.
Yeah, how about the juxtaposition of Scott Salem at this thing? Right? Look at that.
One of these things is not like the other. Yeah.
You ever see the Daredevil movie? The Ben Affleck with a lot of Daredevil during this one. By the way, Sunflower Dragon is the Karen Page of South Florida and this show. Do you remember who played Jennifer Garner's dad, Nachios?
No.
It's been since like
He was
2008 since I've seen it.
The actor looks exactly like Scott the Engineer. He was in like an Adam Sandler movie. I forget his name.
Hey, who are you? Hi.
Talk to Howard.
Let's see your ass.
What are you doing here?
Hello?
What do you do
I
here?
myself.
What do you do here?
Hello?
You hear Howard?
Howard gets reductive immediately. How dare you? Before I forget, I listened to the wrap-up show. One of the interesting things about the wrap-up show from 06 and 07 is not written out on Mark Spriggin. So you don't know what you're getting, and you can't look stuff up. So it is phenomenal to go. None of that is documented. And I found out, I think it was this broad, she had been a receptionist at this point. So this is 06. She says in the wrap-up show she had been a receptionist for 6 years. So that implies Sirius has been around since 99.
Yeah, I'm looking up the Wikipedia. It says so on Wikipedia. It says that Sirius was officially launched on July 1st, 2002. But yeah, it doesn't.
Is it possible it was rebranded and she was just working as a receptionist in the building, and they grandfathered it into whatever the next?
It's interesting. The Wikipedia page for Sirius Satellite Radio says it was founded May 17th, 1990.
Oh my God!
Which I'm trying in April 90. Yeah, so I mean,
They
in
have
November
the translate. Sorry, go ahead. I apologize.
No, go ahead, Sunflower.
Go.
Ahead.
They have the lady who invented it. The trans lady who invented Sirius was on the show, and she talked about how he created and everything. So maybe it was in the sending the satellites up into the sky stage.
Did you say trans lady? Is that what you said,
Yeah.
Sunflower?
Yeah, she's trans.
Yeah, she's a trans lady.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the lady who invented
No,
Sirius.
that's fine.
You have an encyclopedic knowledge of the Sirius years, Flau. You really do.
No.
One would think you're at work listening to Howard clips the whole time. And Flau is responsible for me finding the partner clip. One of the partner clips. I found there's like 5 of them.
Nice.
And she said, I found this. He's a partner. And she showed me the video, and I clipped it, and Monique dropped it. I go, hey. And she wouldn't, she just cut it out. There's
It's
not
crazy.
J.I. Young says, there's not a single photo of Howard with his kids smiling, but pull a cock out and it'll turn into a Cheshire cat.
So
That's
true.
great. That's great.
Can't hear him.
Hey, what do you do here?
Can't hear us.
The headphones aren't working. Okay, no, I got it.
What do you do here?
Hi, Howard.
Hi.
I'm the new night show on Cosmo Radio.
Yeah, you're pretty hot.
What's that show called?
You know-
It's called Go to Bed with Cosmo.
You know what she did here last week?
I'm Mark Hellman's assistant currently.
She's the assistant to like the chief engineer.
It's
Mark Hellman. I wonder what happened to that guy. Mark Hellman. Maybe that's the guy that was next to Scott. You know?
Maybe. Although
These
he
names-
looked, the guy next to Scott looks like an assistant. He didn't look like an official. I mean, who knows?
Really weird how here at Satellite they just give shows to anybody who works here.
Right. Yeah.
Well, you know who was up for the morning show?
Who?
Seriously, I don't think it happened. The receptionist.
Yeah, Nicole.
It's unbelievable.
Where are they supposed to come from, Howard? Your dad has to drive everybody to Boston University, and where are they supposed to come from? Isn't your thing that you're not supposed to be traditional radio, that you're supposed to be anti Scott Shannon? Where are they supposed to come from? No one's allowed to have a job. Isn't that the concept of Howard 101 and 100, that it was going to be unorthodox radio? Isn't that the whole thing? Why you gave a show to Double A? Isn't that the whole point? Ralph?
That's a really good point. Like, Howard complains about podcasters not having to have gone through the rigors of terrestrial radio like he did, and yet when he was on terrestrial radio, he hates everything on it. So these people, it just leads you to believe, like, oh, he's a narcissist.
He's a walking contradiction beyond you could even. Just like you said. So his whole thing is, oh, you don't know how to throw it to a break. You don't know how to go to weather. That's what you don't want to do, right? Isn't your whole thing is to not do that? You didn't do any of that. You went you had to be forced to go to a commercial break, and then it was 20. You can't teach that to anybody. No one in radio is allowed to do that format. They have to go to the traffic. They have to go to news. You're complaining that they don't know how to do that. You want nothing to do with that. You should embrace the unorthodox. It doesn't make any sense that he would say that on a podcast. You're absolutely right. Why are we being polite, says Tamara Francois. Kick Richard in the nuts and deal with the consequences. Where I say shit to get out of it. Put a foot up his ass.
Unbelievable.
I thought I had heard she was trying out for a job.
I've actually done stuff on the air. It's not a total crapshoot.
Yeah, but
bullshit.
What have you done?
I've been on Maxim, and I've been on Shade 45, and I've done news and all kinds of stuff like that.
Have you ever been in commercial radio where you actually carried a show and got ratings?
No. I'm not like you, Howard.
No.
Why would you say that to this girl?
It's so rude.
She's gonna measure dicks with you? I mean, it's not Steve Dahl. This isn't Mike Francesa. This is a girl. She's not gonna. Why would you even say that to her? He looks so insecure. He's such a douche.
Also, if everybody, if everybody at Sirius did have that background, they would overshadow Howard, and he would be mad about that. So you can't win.
No matter what she said. He was going to be contrarian to exactly right.
Killer body.
Thanks.
Yeah. What do you talk about on Cosmo? Sex?
Sex and dating and relationships.
What do you know about sex?
I know a lot about sex.
Why are you a sex expert?
I'm not a sex expert. We have experts to come on and talk with us, and so we can learn more.
Have you ever been to an orgy?
No.
Have you ever double teamed a guy?
No.
Will you be going out to try?
The Wachowski sisters tendrils. Well, they got brought up ridiculously in a creepy way during the Pelican Brief.
Yeah.
Weren't they the director of
the Matrix? Yeah.
And then Howard, remember during the Pelican Brief, he just came out of nowhere. He's like, he's bringing up these names like the Wachowski brothers. You're like, what? Why do you suddenly care about that? If he didn't out himself there, I don't know when he did. Of just being obsessed with all trans stuff, and it made no sense, the context.
Yeah.
Out these things?
Possibly.
Have you ever gotten on with a girl?
Yeah, we're kind of PG over in Cosmo Land. So, yeah.
I think she used to model. She told me at the Christmas party she used to be a model.
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't. You're not hot enough to model. I can tell.
Where'd you model?
You can tell because you're married to an Ames catalog yacht girl. That's how you can tell. You're what now?
Who has the who has the sunken eyes of a raccoon, and like now you're an arbiter on beauty. Jesus.
There's nothing worse than him using Beth as the barometer for how he can judge a quote unquote model or anything in the runway. Taylor Strecker, I think she's a failed radio DJ now, still hosting her own daily unlistenable podcast, says Ben4810. All right. I'm going to ask her opinion on this. I bet she would give us something.
Here in New York.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
Who'd you model for?
B1G.
What's B1G?
It's an agency.
What
You can look it
campaign?
up.
What campaign were you in?
I did Shiseido.
What's Shiseido?
It's a makeup line.
I don't believe you. Well, we'll bring in a
Okay.
magazine ad with you in it.
That's right, Powell. Howard's angry at anyone who is smarter and took a different career path than he did. That's right. But even if you took the same career path, he would still make it where, oh, I lapped you standing still.
Okay.
You were really a model.
I wouldn't make that up. Seriously, I was signed. I would not make that up.
You want to come in
You
here
know
and get
someone
the
who
baby?
would.
Who my Anchor Radkovich over here? I love you, but one of the things I hate about America is this obsession with not just our velvet rope of fame and our weird, but just this lionizing of the modeling industry. Like there's something to it. The fact that we place any importance on that. There's nothing, especially in this day and age, there's nothing less productive than that to say that. There's nothing that impresses me less. You were
won a
born the
genetic
genetic lottery.
and
Yes.
right. Yeah.
Go ahead. Finish.
Well, yeah. I mean, it makes absolutely no sense that they would be worthwhile for anything beyond just modeling clothes or being the face of something. But
Sunflower needs to comment as a broad.
I think she's with it. I think I'll go a step further. You're no better than no. I'll speak for me.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
We all agree, and we all agree. I'll go further. You're no better than a stripper. At least a stripper is blatantly honest about what they do. It is for guys to fantasize and jerk off to. You are no better than them. You are there for guys to jerk off to you. You're not better than the stripper who works at the Tampa strip club. You're not better than the porn actress who now these days look just as good as you do. You're not any better. Am
What was
I right?
that dildo machine?
Male models too, and male actor. I think about like Taylor Lautner at the height of the Twilight movies, where it's like they don't care about your acting. They like that your shirt. These moms, these MILFs and teen girls care that you're shirtless and they can fantasize about you.
Right. Right. Even someone like Jessica Alba, I think she has.
Goddamn right. Sorry.
They want your opinion,
I agree,
Sunflower.
Sunflower.
What do you think, Flo? Is there
models are society's decision of what is beauty. It changes throughout time. In the past, it was overweight people, and now it's people that are stick thin. So it's what we decide as a society.
And you couldn't have put it any better.
It doesn't make them special in any way. No.
You're right. It's just like fashion. It's arbitrary.
What's your deal, Sunflower? Are you married? Have you got kids? What's going on with you? That's what
No.
That's what I'm asking. Though,
I'm a childless.
Okay, that's all right.
I'm a childless single person with one cat and one dog.
Yeah,
and
that's
there's
fine.
absolutely no shame in that whatsoever.
I have no shame. No.
Not right now. I can't. I've got other things to do.
We'll promote your show. Come back tomorrow. We'll promote your show at night.
Yeah.
I have a co-host, so Patrick.
We don't care about him.
You don't care about him? Yeah. He's
When
really
you were a model, were you a hand model?
Yes, Howard. No, actually, I was a foot model.
No, did they use your whole body and face in the ad?
Yes.
And it was only one ad you got, or you did many ads?
No, I did a couple different things.
You did?
I did runway and stuff. I did live stuff more than
Really?
print. Yeah.
Hey, man, you are hot.
You don't have to be as pretty to do runway.
Really?
Come on in. I'll tell you about when I played shooting guard for the Pistons.
Thanks, Artie.
Hey, who's that blonde behind you walking around in a little dress? Man, it's just a whole...
Artie doesn't know that he makes an odd Detroit Pistons joke, and I don't know if he's talking about Richard Hamilton or Joe Dumars there, but it's a weird...
I think he's trying to say, what the fuck are we doing? We're killing time here? I think he's saying this is so boring, like you were saying earlier, John.
The
He's
girl
just
doesn't think
going,
she's hot
"What is
shit.
this?"
Howard wants to make it look like he's just trying to be reductive to her. She's
got a clock, and he's got 20 minutes to kill. I think that's it.
I'll take her over Beth in a heartbeat.
Artie was dragging her.
Yep.
Artie was dragging her. That's what he was doing. Yeah.
Cindy Clausen says Howard's condescending conversation to her makes me hate him even more. He has issues with pompous asshole. Agreed, Cindy.
That's the thing. She seems like a nice woman who isn't trying to play it up for the show and be obnoxious. It seems like she's just trying to have a regular conversation, and Howard's being really cruel.
She's even being self-deprecating about her modeling. It's like, you don't have to be pretty to be a model. That she knows that she's got to go down that direction because she's just trying to give him, like, oh God, I don't want to come off like him. I'll take her over Beth in a second. I think she's way more attractive. Seriously.
Yeah, she's very beautiful.
I'm single, childless to Sunflower. Don't worry if it makes you feel any better. But
And you have
they're talking, they're saying in the chat, that I'm the same. David, you haven't got a child.
Oh, no. I'm proud of it, chat. No worries, chat. I'm proud of it. No problem. These voices.
Good reference. I love you.
Anyway, go ahead.
That's okay. Kelly Chapuka was a small forward, but that's a good reference. He rebounded like a guard, though. He was one of the worst. He looks exactly like Dee Snider, as a matter of fact. If you get a good look at Kelly Chapuka, he looks like Dee Snider.
Room of hot chicks.
There's like a hot. Hey, who's that chick over there? Right to
Serena.
I hate them saying the word chick. I hate these baby boomers saying chick.
Right.
You should be. I guess over 30. You should stop saying chick. After what age would you say? 35? You don't get to say chick anymore.
It's a good age.
Yeah,
I say it. It's various. We say
It's
it a lot in
2024.
Australia.
Can we be done with it?
Yes, we can be done with it. Yes,
like entirely. Yeah.
But is broad any different? Is broad different to chick?
Broad.
Nah,
we know what
broad's cool.
content. It is cool. Thank you. Mary G. All About the Tendril says Rubenesque. Zoftig is a similar word to that, right?
Yeah.
Rubenesque.
Yeah, bring Serena over. Serena's running the channel. She also works here.
She's my boss. This is my
Oh
PD.
man.
Hey, bring me.
Don't you hate when Gary takes on the condescending attitude of Howard too during this? Oh, we don't want to know. We don't want to know about the guy. We don't know.
Well,
so creepy.
I told you about my least the Stern Show moment that makes me the most unhappy is Gary just talking about the woman. Like, I love watching the women do the walk of shame when they have to carry their clothes over to disgusting. So
I
vile.
bet you could really Me Too Gary. Gary was so lecherous in those years. He would latch on to. I think it was John Casey. John, when Gary was single, he would try to. Could you imagine Gary, lecherous Gary, before Mary, latching on to every female that ever floated through that show, using the fame from that show, and there's nothing worse than a horny single Gary.
Imagine if
worse.
Gary had gotten Me Too'd in 2017. How would Howard have dealt with that? That would have been bad.
Believe me, if you could go back into the 80s and some of the 90s, I guarantee you can get Gary on him. Actually, there is a story about him date raping someone. Oh my God, where did I see that? Oh, it was in Mark's Freegan. Damn it, where is that?
They played.
But that wasn't real. There was a prank. Go ahead,
No.
Turn.
It was another one. I know what you're talking about. It was another one.
Yeah.
Go ahead, David.
No, what Sunflower was going to say, it just, I only know of the prank one where they got the woman on the phone who, said that Gary assaulted her, raped her, and then it was revealed at the end that it was a prank. But Gary, you could tell, was kind of hedging his bets a little bit, because maybe it could have been real.
Yeah.
Red flag.
Yeah. He wasn't sure quite how to react, where it's like, I can't totally play into this being a joke because maybe they did find the woman that I did go too far with or something.
I know that, and there's another one where he admitted to something. They were doing some kind of review. It wasn't their confessions. It wasn't the when they did the cliffhanger. It was another one where he admitted to something with Zoss Rapin. Oddly enough, I can't remember. We need a name for Lotus Notes. How about Loties?
Loties, I actually thought the Loties I was thinking the Loties could be like the Deppies at the end of the year.
Yeah.
We give out awards. Obviously, David will get the one for the words. Sonny will get one for being the Broad of the Year. I don't know. John will be just, of course, the annual ARM award will go to ARM. There we go.
Is Chad right about this? Gary told the story, mentioned slipping something into a chick's drink a la Cosby. Roofie. Could be it, Chad. Good
that.
callback.
I
Good
believe
reference.
I have no memory of that.
That's so Gary. That's so Gary. Domestic violence. What the heck was and then he says the way he told it, it suggested it was not the first time. Yes, Chad. Yes. Anthony says, was Gary arrested for domestic violence? Is that true? I don't think so. Wasn't
I've never
Will
heard of
Murray
that.
was on the verge of that, right? Doesn't Will Murray have
Yeah.
Yes.
I remember like when Will was first hired, like Howard was trying to get to know Will a little bit, and he was like trying to pry into his personal life when he's not on the air. And Gary kind of stepped in and said, like, you know, he's cleaned up his act now, but we really had to tell him to rein it in. Like, I think he was like freaking women out on the street, like maybe screaming at them or like he was just kind of like terrorizing people in some is what I got out of it.
Autobot says as Gary and Ross got massages and the gals ran off with their money. That was another story. God damn it. You really got to dig. There's so much on Gary. I'm telling you, there's so much like that. Even the fake one you were talking about, there's way more where that came from. That's why it was believable.
Well, and also
Howard wants to go work for the Cosmo Channel.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Even Howard smoking Gary out with the cheating thing, like, you know, during the Howard tells everyone what he really thinks of them clip in the K-Rock days, and he said to Gary, like, I think you cheat on your wife. And it was to get a rise out of Gary, but Howard probably also got word that Gary had his gumad. So, you know, Howard.
I think that's one of the greatest moments of all time. Yeah. That was absolutely hilarious.
I love that clip. Yeah.
The same guy who said Den of Inequity just said gumad, like he's in The Sopranos.
Right.
Isn't that crazy? What a versatility on you, David.
I've got to de-nerd myself a little bit, you know.
How do you spell gumad? What is the proper phonetic spelling of that?
Oh Lord!
Like if you put,
I don't think there's a D at the end. Actually,
is there a D at the end? Gary,
I have Goumad.
Okay. I love you, Butt says Gary had sex with a girl who was vomiting. I think I remember that too.
Oh yeah.
Hey, nice belly shirt.
Yeah.
Are you listening to the show?
Okay, Autobot says Gumar, like Harold and Gumar went to White Castle.
No, it's either D.
Urban Dictionary says Gumad.
Okay.
It can be T. I did a bit last year on Radio Gunk where I was what's the word? I was claiming that Dennis has a gumada, and I looked it up, but I spelled it. It can be T. Double T A.
I remember
and
that.
they were mocking me, and then I brought up the information on the screen, and then they got angry.
I remember that.
But it said that it can be different. There's T, and then like David said, there's D, double D or double T as well. I think it's all. That's why I said just like a couple of minutes ago, I said I'm not even getting into this because it became a thing, and they were all going. It was
Crystalopolis says that Gumar is how it is. G-O-O.
Yeah, that's how they say it on the Sopranos. Yeah.
Agreed.
Harold and Gumar.
Sorry, I'm just laughing.
So, hey, Flow, you're dropping out a little bit. I'm going to bring you back in. And I don't know if it's just a little bit like you'll kind of drop out here and there. I'm going to put you in and come back in. Ready?
Oh.
I don't know if this helps. You back with us?
It'd be better if she left and then came back in, but let's see how it goes. How are you?
Okay, we'll see how it goes.
Sonny, to test that mic, I'll ask you a question. Do you like being called girl? Does that piss you off if people call you this girl Sunflower? Or
no, I don't see why that would be a problem.
Okay, so would you prefer to be called lady, though? Because I think lady's too formal. Yeah, I don't know if I should call
girl,
people
lady,
lady.
Whatever.
I don't. All right,
it's about
still
what
dropping out though.
Comfortable with, right? They're all like
you're on your phone, aren't you, Sonny? You're on a cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No.
That's why it's dropping out.
Yes.
If she's on cell phone.
She'll sound good for a while.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Oh,
Don't
it's
worry
not
about it.
your fault, sweet. We're loving you. Everyone in the chat, give us a sunny, give us some flower emojis. You're not doing anything wrong. We're just talking about how you're cutting in and out. If you're on a cell phone, it'll do that.
All right, then you guys go and I won't talk.
No, you sound good.
Just
You
go.
sound really good. No,
Yeah, it's
that's
when
fine.
it's just at the start of when you talk, but we're through it now. You're not going anywhere. You are the hottest chick we've ever had up in here. So
just go.
He was really casual, says Chad, and gave no impression he was ashamed of it. That's exactly the tone that I got with Gary.
Yeah, we're listening to you.
Thanks, Howard.
How are you running the Cosmo channel? What is your credential?
I am the program director of COMSO Radio. I've been at Sirius for 7 years.
Doing what?
7 years. So this is
Oh,
06.
look at
I've been
them
at Sirius.
face. Great pause, John. Sorry, continue.
Who's the chick from 30 Rock? The blonde. She was on.
Jane Krakowski.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh,
Yes, thank you,
yes.
W. Leaves it to the gay gentleman to get Jane Krakowski before I even finished.
Gay icon.
I know you would.
Everything.
Yeah, were you an intern?
No, actually, I started as the receptionist.
I knew it.
Yeah. He's being really mean. He doesn't think any of us have any credentials.
What?
To quote Artie Lang, I bet she throws a baseball like Callista Flockhart.
Well, you guys kind of don't. I mean, no offense. You've never worked in commercial radio. You've never really run any kind of radio thing.
Well, then it's going to be an interesting ride.
What? Seriously,
Wow.
besides being a receptionist, what have you done?
I worked in the talk programming department for the last 6 years. I launched all of
Howard's in that mode of like, oh, I'm special. You can't do this. What I do is special. You can't possibly talk into a microphone and say what you think. You have to be what I am.
He's being a son of a bitch right now to
Really?
these people. What a prick.
Despite the $4,000 a minute he's getting to have this conversation. He's getting more in this conversation if you add up the minutes than they get for the entire year.
Mr. D, it's not Guma. David was right. It's spelled Gumada or Gumata, but
Mary Jean.
Tony Soprano just say Guma.
Mr.
There's
D.
variations going on here.
I wonder if this was on the heels of the Rachel Hunter appearance, and Howard is just feeling particularly misogynistic and evil to women right now.
It's right around this time. They're right in the same range. I got to look up the date for that, but it is right around that time. I was thinking about that during
He's
that.
having
Rachel
a bad
Hunter
day, I bet you.
Yeah.
All it takes is for him to be having a bad day to just turn on people like this, like Ellen DeGeneres style. It's just like, F you. I woke up too early and I'm not happy, so everybody sucks.
Right. Exactly.
And his bad day is better than 99.9% of everybody's good days.
Yeah. Our partner stations here at Sirius.
Really?
And mostly.
Okay, so you see Bond's work is just about to come up here. So Richard's now streaking as they're talking about their life. Here comes Richard.
Get that anal off the screen.
And most recently,
Richard's streaking. Richard's streaking.
Oh, yeah.
Streaking. There he goes. He's completely nude. He's streaking.
Bond, look at that Chiefs insignia. That is
Great
so
job.
brilliant. That's so good. Now he's in a pack of broads right here in the middle of it. This is like what Sunflower said before. Like if you multiple times, what if you streak like this whole time instead of 3 short times, but you're streaking for a half hour straight? That rule is weird, right? If
he's streaking through the whole thing.
Get out of it.
God, Bond, what a good job. I can't believe you followed it like that.
Really good job.
I'm not happy about having to do it, to be honest. I don't know. I'm not
Give it to
cool
me
on
next
seeing
time.
his
I'll do it.
penis.
Look at
No,
these male.
you wouldn't. Even you wouldn't want to see this cock.
No, it's true.
David.
Yeah.
This is
Look at these
bad
male
news.
executives to the right. Look at these guys. They're just going.
Yeah. Pretty boy.
Get out of there.
That's not a.
Look at how giddy Howard is. Look at.
Yeah,
look
this
at,
is.
Look at him.
This is the
David.
perfect freeze frame. Yeah.
Look at this. Like this whole little. It's about 2 seconds here. Look at him. Look at this. This is a heterosexual male with making that face. Look at this.
Look at
him.
Look at his fucking limp wrist as he's looking at that bare ass.
Wigabod Crane. Look at the Tim Burton physique and the look at those. Look at the hands too. Never done a day's work in his life. Look at that.
Also,
Look at that.
Also, the darting eyes stops immediately. He suddenly has like 20/20 vision when Richard's naked.
Yeah.
He's
totally
never been
focused.
more animated or passionate. You're so right.
This
Look at
is
him.
epic.
Complete focus. Look at him. Look at how gay he looks. Look at that wrist.
Yeah.
Oh, it's total limp. Oh God, I've got a
Yeah.
drop of John talking about limp wrist. Oh.
Light in the loafers at Gmail.
Light in the loafers.
Yeah, that's. I've got that too. Oh, I'm bloody scrambling right
That's
now.
one of my emails. That's the email for David.
He has got.
Look at him. Look at
Light in the
how
loafers. You would think he's gay if you meet him, but you would think he was because he's limp-wristed and the way he moves and the way I'm telling you, your gator will go completely up. He is light in the loafers like you've never seen. He lives in New Canaan right now.
New Canaan. I've never heard a word. New
Okay, I know where you got that from.
Oh,
we did a show. We did a Joe Buck Artie show, and that I'm talking about Chris Russo, who interviewed Artie about the Joe Buck appearance.
Oh, okay.
Your memory is good. It's all coming back to you, John. You used to go, I can't remember any of this. Now you're really.
I get it most of the time.
You're focusing.
Can I say about this look on Howard? I think he processes his homosexuality as like maniacal laughter.
Yeah.
This is how he always reacts to blatant like male nudity, male sexuality, when it's like it's almost like he's at a slot machine and he got 3 cherries and his
This
reaction is
comment,
just this
evil
maniacal laughter. Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
Crazy Robin Kitty. Richard's naked and he ruined the Cosmo opening. Double orgasm. That's great.
He's getting a head spin, David. That's what you're saying, isn't it? He's like spinning out.
It's that like post-com like giggling that you get, because it's just like you can't believe how like what a rush you were in, like
yes. Look at how hideous he makes.
Thank you for
Elliot
that.
Offen. Look at him. He makes Elliot Offen look like Chris Cornell. Look at how hideous he is. He is a sour Marfan goblin, to quote Sarah.
The littlest dick for a guy.
Look at them. Look at that.
He has got the littlest dick for.
Look at Howard. Look at this. We got to make I got to make a still compilation of just this 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Which
you can't
pull every frame from it and make a wallpaper out of it. That's what I'm
doing.
Do.
It's in my thumbnail.
Background.
It took me, David, like an hour and a half last night to choose the thumbnail off this 3 seconds. I kept pausing it. One frame was gayer than the next, and I just could not settle.
Oh, I'm loving it.
God, Bon, that's so good. You got the Chiefs following down the hallway.
This Brazilian wax looks great. They noticed.
You should see the look of horror. This woman's over here. Look at her over there. She's horrified.
Oh, now he's in here. Don't streak, guys.
Don't streak.
He comes back to the studio. So there's got to be 50 people at least in that room. And they're all just, you don't know what they're thinking. You don't know what they went and did after.
Get over here.
Now, they're having a good time with this. Now, when Tim Sabian walks in, this is what really goes down.
What did you just do? Didn't I tell you not to streak?
God, Bon, good job. Look at this.
Goodness.
And then he follows it when he spins around.
Yeah. You're like oh my God, look at you. How'd that feel?
It felt great. It was fun.
That's crazy.
It was liberating.
All right.
Hey, have you guys ever slept with a guy whose penis was that small?
No.
Unbelievable.
How about now?
Stop it.
Richie, you're the man. I'm going to have to shut the curtain.
All right, thank you very much, girls. Thank you. Good luck with the channel. I welcome you. I like that.
Good luck.
Anything that brings
Yeah, I
us-
welcome you. Sure. Yeah, I welcome you all.
Look at how fake his hair looks right there. Look at that. That looks like a legit toupee. Like it's right the way it rests like that, and the fake part, and then it looks unnatural. The tendrils coming down. Speaking of tendrils,
Right.
Yeah, you get the partner thing right here, tendrils. I know you do not pull this stunt unless you have 0.0 accountability that you're going to get away with it.
Funny, Richard streaking.
Wow. Jesus Christ. He defied me.
You did?
Yeah, I said don't do it because I get blamed.
On what a blend, what a cut that was by you.
Yeah, this was the best part because I could just kind of leave it there for a while. All the others were like each freaking frame I had to move. This was like I was finally these little pricks standing.
It's so good, Bon. Great job.
Thank
The
you.
amount of time is irrelevant. His lewd behavior is relevant. Now, look, catch what he says here. So Richard goes, Howard goes, oh, that wasn't my idea. And Richard's like, it wasn't? Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Yeah.
And he's just sort of like, yeah, you told me to do it.
I like that. Anything that brings subscription.
He shuts the shade for the last time. You don't see that again.
That was so funny, Richard streaking.
Wow. Jesus Christ. He
That's true. That's before the
veneers.
The veneers.
Jesus Christ. He defied me.
You did?
Yeah. I said don't do it because I get blamed.
Yeah, but you brought me in here to suggest it, though.
Yes.
Howard's
There
trying
it
to
is.
back away from it in the worst possible way to throw him under the bus. I didn't do it. I don't know. You guys remember when Teddy and Artie went after Teddy and
Through
then
the jewel case.
Robin goes, "What the fuck is going on?" And Howard goes, "I don't know." And even when Artie screams at Howard, he goes, "This is what you wanted. You wanted me to attack him. You wanted me to go crazy." Remember Artie screamed that at Howard?
Yes.
This is what when he gets.
Oh,
you remember when AJ went after John? Whose idea was that? Howard told John.
Yeah, to keep
go,
at him.
Right.
Yeah.
And then AJ slapped John when he should have been slapping Howard. And AJ knows the show. He knew where it came from.
Right. And in that clip where AJ slaps John, I've never seen Howard so afraid and deferential to Tom Chiasano.
Yeah.
Like Tom is pissed off and Howard is like actually fearful that Tom's gonna enact some kind of consequences against Howard. It's really interesting to see the dynamic change.
They all know it came from Howard. The word, and yet they allow him to throw other people under the bus and back away from the accountability. It's unbelievable. It really is. It really reminds me of the insurrection.
Because I get blamed.
Yeah, but you brought me in here to suggest it, though.
Get out of here. You're
What
getting
do you mean
erect.
you get blamed?
He's getting aroused.
Are you getting erect? Get the fuck out of here.
Oh my god!
Well, I'm
And
next
he's
to
got
Robin's
bumps.
booth.
Get away! Go away!
Stare at Robin. I want to see if you get aroused.
What would a cop do, Anthony, if they called a cop to come up here? Somebody in the console party just took their cell phone, went in the back, called the cops. How would they handle this? That would be really interesting. And they'd have to come up there and sort it all out.
Can I also just say
He's got bumps.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Can I also just say, as a gay man, I find none of Howard's gay antics arousing. Like, it's predatory and like supremacist and just pure evil. There's nothing. And
the context of it, right? You're right.
Yeah.
Who would be aroused by this? Who is this for?
That's it. That's what I was going to say.
It's not even gay
It's a
men.
problem. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's for Howard. It's what he finds arousing. That's what the whole. When people try to question why is a show so bad and what, you need to go right. That's who it's for. Every bit that happens on this show is his mandate. You blame him over any of the staff. He hired them. It's his content. The guests he turns down. You're saying no to George Carlin, but you're saying yes to Brooke fucking Hogan. That's Howard.
Yeah.
But this
all
would
down
be
there.
about
Have you seen he's got
control.
bumps?
About
go,
control.
Sonny.
Go ahead, Jen.
This would be about control, similar to the Diddy parties, right? It's not so much about the sexuality of the situation; it's about him controlling.
What I can get
Gets
these guys
the
to do.
power tripper, sunflower.
I agree.
Tendrils. Yeah, Howard's eyes are glowing. That's right, Tendrils.
Look at what he's doing to Robin here. Sunflower, as a female, please comment after this.
You're Robin, and he's not backing down. He's just sticking his.
He's putting
schmonz in
his cock up against the glass.
Yeah, this is a different story because they work together. I would have an issue. Yeah, I would speak up now, but when I was younger, I wouldn't. But Robin never would because she's paid to shut up.
Yep. Paid to shut up and paid to laugh at all the wrong times.
Oh, what,
Right.
dude? Get the fuck out of here.
What are you
All right,
doing?
get out. Get
You
out.
bastard!
Yeah, Mary Jean, I think Well, what a job Bond did on getting that Chiefs insignia on there, and I sent them the nudity.
It's not that hard. It's not.
Well,
but thank
maybe,
you. That's nice of you. Thank you.
If I could learn to do that, because there have been times where I have been sitting on this segment for years, not knowing what to do with it because you couldn't play it on YouTube. I was going to bring it to Patreon. I think
Well,
Sarah
I'll tell
tried
you
to do it.
something. KC asked me to do. He had all these old videos that he was going to play, and they all had nudity. And he asked me to do the same thing, and I said no because I'm not going to spend that much time. So, John, this shows how much I would do anything for you. I said no to KC Armstrong. There you go.
Who I'd love to have on again. Some capacity to look over. There's a lot of stuff we could. What we need to do is maybe go over this when he went after Chiasano and the treatment of the interns and the dirt that he had. That's a crazy segment, and that was I think Boff or Steve S that got me that. It was a lost clip. The show had gone into July when that's from. That somehow he couldn't manage the summer and they actually had gone into July. It was the only time I remember them working into the first week of July.
Right.
Robin, stupido.
Get a lawyer.
Yeah, sue him.
See, Artie's serious. Right. What would happen if she did that? Right. That's a Fox News thing. What was the Sunflower? What was it was Megyn Kelly, the Roger Ailes stuff and Bill O'Reilly and all that, the Fox News stuff when they all got they all paid them out to shut up and they had NDAs.
But that was serious sexual harassment. Like, this is sexual. I mean, Robin, if she wanted to, she could pay. She's got a ton of money.
She could turn it into that.
Yeah. But the other girl, but then she'd be done with her job. The other girls are like regular girls. They don't have that kind of bank. You can file a lawsuit for anything.
Right. If you have the money. Right. And he certainly Mr. Legal team here, team of lawyers. God knows what Howard would sue 5 more times than he would get sued. But when he gets sued, you don't know about it. Right. Unless it's the CBS.
I may get a lawyer.
He's got pimples down there.
Yeah, Artie could get a lawyer. God. He's serious.
Yeah, no, he's gross. Yeah.
Bigger than his...
Okay, so he comes out here to do the Ganji interview.
Yeah.
What are you thinking, man? Why would you do something like that?
Well, they put the idea in my head, so I had to do it.
This girl said he's never slept with anyone this small before. What's up with that?
It grows. It grows.
You think Richard would lie about that? He knows it came from Howard, and Howard's trying to back away from it. And in Howard's mind right now, he's thinking, how am I gonna take no accountability for this if I have to speak to the other executives? And I say other executives. He's asked whether it's Greenstein or I don't understand what Karmazin's thing is. They just seem to throw these executive jobs at him. He did not. Karmazin came to Sirius after all this. Right. And they got Zoss raping that. These sort of executives that fail up and shit, this cronyism, and Howard is gay. She loves that. He loves this. I mean, look at his wrist. Look at his giddiness. Look at his gayness. Like a child, says Mr. D. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I always gathered that Mel Karmazin's exit from Viacom or wherever was not a happy one.
No. I don't think he leaves anything on a happy note. I think you're right. He has the face only a gold digger could love, says Cindy. Well said.
Right.
Howard has become more callousness, says Pallel, and his ass he has on his hands. Oh, never done it. That's so true. More calluses on his ass than hands. Letterman lives in New York too. Jim Nance, Gary. That's a big like New York celebrities live in that part of Connecticut where you're out of the city, but it's close by. It's like
Nice. Trust me.
You're a grower?
Yeah, I'm a grower, not a shower.
How did that feel? You said it felt liberating?
It was fun, yeah.
What else was running through your head while you're doing that?
Well, getting past the security guard was the first thing. And he tried to grab me, but I scooted right past.
So it goes so fast. He actually defies security. You can get security in major trouble for not allowing that. They're not in on it, and so he ran by it, and they got to be pissed.
No, if you look back, if you remember at the start of this, when he runs out, there's a black security guard and he tries to grab Richard. And
yes,
to
and
stop
you'll
him.
see that guy. He comes. Remember the Elliot Offen thing when he was screaming at them behind the?
Yeah.
That guy appears out of nowhere. He's just like,
oh wow.
They're instructed to. I'm sure of it, to not show themselves until shit goes down. They're the real security. It's not Ronnie.
Yep. Yeah.
So I think it was a success until I get fired.
Scott Greenstein's really pissed. Don't get angry.
Where is he? Where is he?
Scott, come on in. Come on.
Is he in the hall there?
He must
screaming?
be yelling at Richard. You can't have any fun anymore. It's the Cosmo channel.
You know, they're going to start locking us in.
I know.
That's the funny thing.
Tim, what happened? You got yelled at?
Yeah.
This is great. This is a great part here. Pello says Richard's actually too dumb to know what Howard's doing right now.
Right.
Yeah,
That's why he was hired.
Yep. That's exactly right. That's why he was hired. Well said, David.
Yelled at you, Scott. Well, Scott's got to yell at somebody.
Well,
I mean,
the thing
Richard
is,
shouldn't be streaking.
No, he shouldn't be streaking. And I told the security guard out front, I said, be aware that this is going to happen. He's going to try and make it happen. So grab him if he comes to the door.
And what happened? He got through?
And he got through.
And I told Richard not to
So
do
much
it.
for security.
Look at him. So he's waiting there, and it's almost like a mugger you can't catch.
Going to try and
Or
make it happen.
shoplifter.
So grab him if he comes to the door.
And what happened? He got through?
And he got through.
And
Look at him. He's like, that's the stealth with this guy.
His hands slip off Richard because Richard's so sweaty.
Yeah, but
Of
would you
course.
grab him
Yeah.
if he was naked? Don't you feel sorry for this security guard? Would you?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'd
you know
knock
how
him
hard it
down
is.
if I was that security guard. I would have chased
know-
after him. That's my job.
Yeah, but you're gonna tackle him. Do you know how hard it is to get your security on when a naked hick like Richard's running past you? You know, like you're not gonna turn into Junior Seau in this hallway. You're
You're going to draw
grab
lines,
him.
right?
Yeah.
Richard not to
So
do
much
it.
for security.
Yeah, I told Richard not to do it.
It's all Richard's fault.
Now Howard say, I told Richard
yeah.
not to do it. God, Bond, you're amazing how you found that Chiefs insignia just popped
Who
up.
hid my clothes? I should have known that was coming.
Marty's sitting there with like total disgust on his face.
He's listening to Howard throw him under the bus.
Where are they? Over there?
Where's Sal during this?
He's coming
Well,
up.
I would, but Sal hit him. Do you got an extra pair of clothes, Tim? I can't find my clothes for some reason. I wonder where my clothes went. And Sal just happens to not be around, so.
Can you pause it for a second?
I'll walk around nude.
You know that Howard went to, quote, meditate, and he really went to Scott DePace's office to get the B-roll footage from this to jerk off to. That's why there's so much of it.
David, you remember what we said about Dan Schneider?
Yes, right. The very Schneider.
My cousin said that he had him working on all his shows. He would do 15 takes of something unnecessarily. And when we were talking about it, I said to him, that's because Dan wants to jerk off to the footage of the outtakes. He wants to do it so he can go home and take it home. No one else is going to have it but him. That's exactly what Howard gets you're absolutely right. He gets all this footage.
Yes.
And God knows what the Howard TV guys have stashed away that we don't see, right?
Right.
Even if it's not.
Do you think the
part two.
guys know it? Like Sal and Richard being nude. Do you think they know that Howard's going home and
I don't know how naive they are they have to know he's gay.
For how
by
long?
now.
Yeah, how long can you be naive?
No. Right. By now they have to know. They must. I think Sal especially is going, where do I get the footage? I think he's looking for it all the time.
Yeah, and I also think there's this weird XY coordinate that's always moving where the less naive they become, the more they are in it with the Stern Show. Like they have no other options.
Yes.
So even if they realize what's going on, they have to be okay with it because where else are they going to go? You know?
Well, they're certainly not going to XY coordinate company. I'll tell you that. If you were to make a production company, how we're calling XY coordinate productions. Just think about it when you're as a composer. If you have your own production company,
I've got two. I've got Bon Jovial Productions, as you know, and then I've got Bonsoir Productions. Remember?
I like that.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure everyone remembers that that's two. So
Right. Is that in addition to my name sex@gmail.com?
Oh, yes. David's got has got an email, a personal email. It's a professional email that says blank blank blank. Say David the violinist music. So it's to present to producers and to look very professional, and he doesn't fool around. He doesn't. And I said to him, wouldn't it be funny if you just gave up on all of it and you called your email Max David the violinist sex? And just put and replace the music with sex, and you just sent it out to all these guys, and then his license plate said the sex man, the sex man.
Well, they'd open the email.
this is outrageous. We have a girl on the show, guys. Come on.
I know. Yes, I'm sorry. I'll clean up my
Get it
act.
out of the gutter.
Just not even trying to be clever. Just sex.
Right.
David the violinist. Sex.
It's 2024. Nobody cares about sex.
Cares.
Who's calling? Sal.
How come?
Because he took my clothes, I think.
J.A. Young says the crazy thing here is that all of them are victims of molestation, apparently. Howard, Gary, Jackie, and rovelated. How does it? Rovelated? What is that? Roviolated?
Violated.
Oh, okay. Violated. Thank you. I guess that's J.I. Young for violated. And maybe he's trying to YouTube it up, and he changed all touched his kids, right?
Yeah,
but are fine with other people's personal space being violated. Well said, J.I. Young.
Yeah,
well
that's
said.
True. Some sort of revenge.
Different directions.
Huh?
Where's your Get my jacket off.
Autobot, I don't think this is statute of limitations for anything these days. I'm amazed at the lawsuits that are coming from years and years and years ago. Right? I mean, I'm hearing stories where people are pressing charges some shit in the 90s. All this Me Too. Every week there's another person that is going, hey, it's from 06 or it's from, I don't know if there's a statute of limitations for this.
Well, there's criminal and civil. So there is no statute of limitations on civil. You can sue them. Yeah.
Right. The E.G. and Carroll stuff. That's what I'm thinking of. Right. That's civil. Thank you, Sunflower. Thank you, Flow.
My clothes. I don't have your clothes.
Yeah,
I don't have your. Take my fucking jacket.
No, give me your clothes. Don't you scratch me, you bastard.
Take my. Why are you wearing my jacket? I didn't hide your clothes. I swear.
Oh, who else did?
I didn't hide them.
JD wouldn't do that.
Nuts are all over your jacket, dude.
Okay, give me my clothes.
You hear Shuli in the background trying to get in on this.
Yeah.
Sal and
nuts are in the background.
Sal and Richard showcasing their acting skills just then. That was.
No, they definitely play it. You're so right. They constantly overact when the camera's on them. Oh God, you're so right. It's so not brought up enough.
It's a porno scene for Howard. They know what I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Is like they've got the delivery of like a porno plumber. Like, thank God you showed up.
Yeah,
super twink, super twink acting. Normally, pain and suffering is hard to prove, but having a video is concrete proof, says Tendrils. However, unsure of the statute of limitations, and if it was defense, I would argue that the women were not upset.
Dude, take off my fucking
jacket.
jacket. Give me my clothes. Your fucking dick's touching my jacket. Take it off.
It's funny.
If you had a lawyer, right, the lawyer would say to you, well, let's do the math. You're getting $25,000 a year. It would take you 40 years to get what this lawsuit's going to get you. I think, right? So what would you take? You're going nowhere. There's no way this is going to have any legs, this COMSO Radio. You know how hard it is to succeed in this business. Howard won't let you anyway. So why don't you sue him? Because your salary's you're never, that's what I would say.
Because he's got unlimited money and you don't as a regular broad. So he'll just keep filing stuff and you'll run out of cash.
That's a great point.
That's how it works.
The old appeal stuff where it's, so you outlast it. Well, that was even during the Depp trial, Flau. He could out money Amber so easily. She couldn't. She actually said it during the trial. It's like, well, my ex-husband's suing me, and I can't afford, so this is what I got. And yeah, money talks in the legal way. If whoever has the most money, would you find? I mean, you know the business better than anybody does, Flau. Do you find that the person with the most money wins in most cases because they can do that? You see too much of that?
No, it's not about, they don't win. They just keep dragging it on and on and on and on until the person they're up against just stops because they can't do it anymore. That's not a win.
Do you think that the person who's dragging it on, the appeal is hoping to the point the person drops dead? Maybe this person will die. Yeah, whatever happens.
Yeah, whatever. They have problems, health issues. Who cares? Whatever their financial issues are, they're going to drop out. So you'll win eventually. That's what the rich people do.
I got to tell you, I got to thank you and John O'Reilly, and even to point the legal commentary you had during those. I learned so much. I really feel like I stepped up 5 notches, and now Frank the Tank, like that, because you were spot on about everything, especially the Baldwin trial. Like, God, were you right about everything? I was like, man, and you don't brag about it. Both of you are like crazy modest. You and John O'Reilly.
Yep. Press play.
No, it's not funny. It's funny to you. It's not funny to me. Take off my fucking jacket.
I'll give you so right. The overacting, you're so right.
Yeah.
Oh my, what a large pipe you have.
I never hid them.
Mr. D puts it really well here. He goes, it's his job, live catching a greased pig in the movie HUD. That's so great. That's exactly what it is to try to catch Richard.
JD did. Now I want my jacket dry cleaned.
You have to send out a disclaimer.
I gotta burn the fucking jacket.
Now you've streaked. Now there might be some potentially some repercussions.
Yep, it was fun while it lasted, but now it's time to pay the piper. So I guess I'll find out what my punishment is. Hopefully I'll have a job tomorrow.
Are you fearing punishment, or do you think that this is the Stern Show? I can't be punished.
No, you can be punished. I mean, I get paid by Sirius, so they could. I'm sure they could do something.
So Richard's in on the con. I get paid by Sirius, not knowing that Howard sets the prices on the bump. He gets whatever he wants, and he tells them. It's just like what Jackie said about Howard at Terrestrial. He gets whatever he wants. Right. Anything you get, he could have someone not fired, and people don't realize the extent of how he got whatever he wanted. Richard has the complexion of a Virginia ham, says Chubby Pickle.
That's true.
Under the bus is right where Richard went, says Pelican.
That's what I'm worried about. So hopefully it'll be all right. I mean, Howard, we have fun and do crazy stuff on this show. So hopefully everybody will stick up for me.
Watching the credits is very interesting. Where's Mike Grabowski at this point, right?
Okay.
You don't seem like
where's who am I? PJ Biscardi over here. Chris Costa, I know. Oh, my Nick Lindner over here.
Classic.
You know what?
That's a great job, utility.
My Flynn McCaffrey over here. Assistant editor.
What do you need?
You kind of got to do things and then worry about them later.
I don't know. They need an assistant to edit. That's so funny, Bob.
God. Writers, Howard Stern.
You got your pants on now.
Did you see that, John? Back that. It just says writers, Howard Stern.
Yeah, they had him on the E! Show with that writing credit, too. It never made any sense.
You know what?
With Benji and Fred.
You kind of got to do things and then...
So he sends a text out to his staff, and he gets writing credit for it.
Right.
It's like Dennis Leary getting producer credit on Blow because he handed the book off to Ted Deming.
Worry about him later on this show.
So you got your pants on now, and...
Beautiful people.
And I feel much more restricted.
Tony Coburn.
There she is.
Now with the clothes on. I felt
Look at these names. Robert Kubin, Michelle Claudio. These are the interns. How much you want to bet half of them had a lawsuit against him? How much you want to bet some of them are in on that lawsuit?
I'm going to look them up on Instagram right now.
Oh, good, Walker.
Well, isn't the goal of becoming an intern that you're going to thrive in the business? Do you know any of these names? Cut to 18 years later?
Yeah.
Any of them?
No.
You go nowhere on this show. It's a road to... All right. So it is great. I really... It's kind of worse than I thought. I think I want to know what the executives spoke about. I want to know what Greenstein and Sabian seen. I think Sabian was worried about him the most. I think Sabian said He's Howard's fall guy, even more so than Gary. So he's the conduit between the other executives and any kind of accountability. And so I would love. We had Sabian on once. He's always been on the outskirts. He would even lurk on Radio Gunk, and that's the question to ask him if ever you're going to ask Sabian, what was the fallout from this, right? Because they're not allowed to talk about it. So I would.
I can't think of anything more severe than this instance in terms of the number of people who were subjected to it. Like Erica Durance, is one person, but to do this to a whole group of people, I can't think of another instance like that on the show.
Pellel says, now Sal and Richard have been stifled from this type of antics. They had time to think and hopefully realize, I don't know if learning is even in there. PCB judge would laugh this at a civil court. You think? I don't know. I've seen some weird stuff. Maybe you're right. David, perfect insight, says Mr. D. You and Sunflower have moved this show to the next level. I agree. Mike is drunk and in jail. If he would spend Friday night with Arm, what has he got? Was what I got at 8 when I tried to tune in. Oh, God. Did Sarah write that?
What the fuck is he talking about?
I don't know. It might be G Canada. It might be Sarah wrote that. Howard Stern's hair. All right, Robin. Okay, you got ready for some Erica Durance. So
I'm ready.
Whoa. John, may I just say one thing? Sorry to take over your show. I just want to...
No, it's fine.
When you sent me the files of Richard, if you can just take that comment off the screen for a momento, thank you. When you sent me that and said... we got to censor the genitals, I had an idea in my mind of what I could use to censor them. And then, of course, when you sent through that image, I was like, not a problem. But I think I would be doing an absolute disservice to your fans right now if I didn't show a little clip of what I had in mind.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Sarah would love this. I don't even know what Oh my god.
Oh my god. It's disturbing.
That's so funny. We got to put that in the brand. That's great. So that is my real picture from my Aquaman interview at Coney Island. That's phenomenal. That's so good.
We got to get you as Howard for Halloween. We got to get those pictures.
Yeah. Okay, I will do that for next time. What was I gonna say? Oh God.
Erica.
That was Benny Hill. Right?
Yeah.
The song? Yeah, that was the Benny Hill soundtrack. Speaking of soundtracks, so Erica Durance played Lois Lane on Smallville, and in my opinion was the best part of the show when she came on. She kicked the show in the ass. It was just kind of going nowhere fast, and she came on and the continuity's weird, but she has I think she's she had the swagger for Lois Lane, unlike Kate Bosworth and some of the other, even like
Margot Kidder.
Amy Adams sucked as Lois Lane, blonde, and she's not red haired, and she's got the Canadian cool factor, and she comes on the Stern Show for the second time. She did the show in 2004, and she comes on. And they don't Mary Jean. That's where the similarities end, says Sarah. Justin Thoreau, the Justin Thoreau. One of my favorite stills of Howard is he's walking on the beach with the plunging neckline and the floppy dress shirt and the blue bathing suit he has all the time. And it's him, Beth, Kimmel, Molly, Justin Thoreau, and Aniston. And he's 20 years older than, I think there's another couple, and he's 20 years older than everybody else in the picture, but he thinks he's trying to fool you into thinking he's Generation X, the way he's like strutting down the beach.
It's that Steve Buscemi meme of like, hello, fellow students,
Yes.
Screw you, Frank the Tank. Do you know what I went through having to look at that penis? How dare you? I mean, come on, man.
So Erica Durance comes
Frank
on.
the Tank.
In this horrible, wretched show, Howard's supposedly a fan of comic books and the Superman mythos, but he can't figure out what to do with the woman who plays Lois Lane on his supposedly favorite show. So he has them, and you'll find out after this, creates some strange anecdote that he tacks on to her and will not get off of it, that she attended some or hosted some nude parties with her husband, whose husband is in the green room watching this, and has her on. And I'm going to try to skim through it to get to Richard and Sal and stuff, and I'll try to speed this along. I'm not going to play. It's 40 odd minutes as I have it here, but I want to just choose what I want to choose. And so this is Erica Durance, comes on the show in August of 2006. Is it August? My eyes suck. Yeah, August of 2006 is like one of the only weeks I think the show is on the air.
2006 is good.
Well, we asked Durance show staffers that question, and
yeah, he does look like him.
it?
Yeah, I saw.
It's really funny because they have a.
All right.
Try to get chicks to ride the Sibian.
Chicks.
Did I just put the same one in? What the fuck? Hold on a second. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Erica
That's the
Durance
streaking one.
I got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
And she
Lois Lane in a bikini. She's at that, and then we were looking
up as Lois Lane. She right before.
So Howard does this thing where he pretends he doesn't know how to pronounce her name. You know how that movie does, right?
Yeah, yeah.
What's her name? Durance?
Before I beat off last night, I was looking at MrSkin.com. One of the guys sent me a link. She's naked in there.
What did she do naked?
Before she got the job as Lois Lane, she was in some movie where she goes swimming in a lake, like it's like a low rate, like a low budget.
Just for your information.
Oh, that
Eric,
ice, John.
You heard the ice. You heard the ice. That's in the insulation cup with that super metal.
That was beautiful. Sunflower. Did you hear that ice, Sonny? All right, she's chilling. Continue,
Yes,
John.
I heard the ice.
I love
No, I
the
heard
sound
it, I
of
heard
that. I'm obsessed with that ice.
Give you a little
shit.
backstory on this cup. It's one of those super metal, like, where the ice stays.
You're
solid
obsessed.
Oh yeah, that's one part. But it's also I said that people ask, would you sleep nude? I said my biggest fear is a home invasion with the nude dude throwdown. So I have the shorts on, the basketball shorts, and the t-shirt. So this cup is what I would use as a weapon. It's literally made of adamantium and vibranium combined. This is my gun. So this is what I would use. I'll put my fist in the cup, and it will turn into like an adamantium fist. This is what I will use in the event of a home invasion. As a matter of fact, it doubles. It's really like this thing is so strong.
Horror film.
Given that a day is 24 hours, how many minutes of the day do you spend on ice? Just curious. Not on.
No, that's a great question.
Working on ice, thinking about ice.
You buy the ice, don't you, John? The bags of the ice, is that right?
Because you did us. I'm so appreciative of you coming on the show. I will answer that question.
Oh, you meant sunflower.
No, everybody.
I'm joking.
With complete candor.
Yeah, I want to know the whole thing. How does it work?
So the ice. So there's an ice machine, and when that invariably will run out, I have a portable ice machine that spits out the smaller cubes, and those will be frozen. If in an event that runs out, I will go to the store and buy a 8 to 10 bag of ice as backup in case something happens where it melts or it's never gonna run out.
So you're saying you have 2 ice machines at home that are working all the time, and they
not
will
all
run
the
out.
time, not all the time, but the second one will sometimes work if I sense I might run out.
Okay.
I love this.
And how often do you go get bags?
Yeah, answer the question.
3 times a week. It depends on the situation. If I think that it's low,
wow.
If let's say I run
a lot
into
of ice.
Well, you say, is it not frozen water? You say it doesn't count as water. I say it does count as water.
It doesn't. But go ahead.
It's water. It's frozen. It's frozen water. Why doesn't that count as water intake?
If you see a person like on a video on the snow go out and fill up a big old bucket full of snow, and then they put it on a pot and they heat it up, how much water does that turn into?
I know it's not as much,
Not
but you're
much.
talking about
Yeah.
10-pound bags, and you're talking sometimes even more. I mean, when I go to bed, I'll put a full cup of ice on the nightstand, and it will melt.
Nice. Yep.
And that will turn into, thank you, Tendrils. It absolutely counts as water. Thank you,
There
Tendrils.
was a big spike on a polygraph.
That was Ed Torian.
Go ahead.
So
Play.
you're asking me.
There was a
Whoops.
You're
Sorry.
asking me how much I think about it.
He thinks
so-
about it more than he's going to admit.
No. I'm going to tell you exactly how much I think about it. So if I'm up, I take a lot of naps. I'm going to say 7 hours a day. I'm thinking about ice in some capacity.
You know what? I've got something for you, John. You know what? I'm gonna go and film my ice containers, and I'm gonna bring back some footage in about 5 minutes that you're gonna shit yourself about. So continue. I'm going right now.
Serious ice containers.
Yeah, I got something really cool for John. I'll be right back.
One of the craziest things I did, I mean, this is OCD, right? I mean, there's nothing more obsessive compulsive disorder, right? That's what I have. We stayed at a hotel, this is probably 5 years ago, and I was so obsessed with their ice machine that I tried to contemplate how I could steal it or push it out the door. When I realized I couldn't do it, I took 5 bags, like 5 plastic bags, and filled them with ice and brought them home with me, and it stayed solid, and I threw them in the freezer when I got home because it shot it out.
Helped you steal the ice machine. Yeah,
I'm thinking about
that's
it.
That's a righteous thing.
Believe me, I deserve it more than they do. But now they're making bigger ice machines now. If you go on Amazon and all these, was it Temu, and these sites, they have bigger ice machines now, and so that is the thing.
They do, but don't buy from Temu. The ice will be like cancer ice.
Hey, ice is ice. I don't care what happens. Cancer be damned. I'll take the ice. You think
John,
I'm compromising?
I want to. I want for your birthday. I think it would be amazing if the super chats went to an ice sculpture of the McQuaid brothers. I think you would.
That's funny. Yeah, Sarah's gonna do the super
He wouldn't
chat.
be able to leave that ice sculpture. He'd be like staring at it the whole time.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but what do you do with it? Like, I would want to have the ice, but I don't want to ruin the sculpture.
Right.
Anything you want.
That's
your
dilemma.
ice sculpture.
Vinny, it's Mark. Dearest viewers, a new month and a new show. If able, please donate to the Arm Fund, which is how your host gets paid. Super Chat, Venmo, Cash App, or memberships. It all counts. We'll all go. Now put your face in the buttermilk and take a sip. Oh, I love the knee. Welcome to a new arm venture. How do you keep the music playing? How do you make it last? How do you keep the song from playing too fast? I needed to take a break. I needed to take a breath there. You got to remember, too, we're doing these shows. Sometimes it's 4 hours. We're not going to the bathroom. We're not taking breaks. We're not going. Yeah. It is straight through. It's tough to do. Yeah. It is tough to do. It's a fast 4 hours.
Especially for you as the host. Yeah.
Thank you, David. Yeah, I've gotten used to the rhythms of it and stuff because I'm juggling so much shit. It goes very fast for me, that 4 hours.
Yeah.
Pell is right on this. And I don't know if he knew this, and he's just saying, but Costco has the best deal on ice, or BJ's does. It's 20 pounds, 20 pounds, 20, for $1.99. 20 pounds.
God.
And for the part and stuff,
I have
if you
to delve deeper into this. I have to.
An ice.
The whole.
You go to Costco,
thing,
right?
Yeah.
For your little salad kits.
I do. Yes.
You go to the side. There is an ice bin, and I'm the only one that knows it's there. Seemingly, they look at you like you're crazy, like you slap it on the. 20 pounds, $1.50 or $1.99, and it is crazy. I think it's the best deal on store-bought ice that there is in existence right now.
I'm going to tell you a secret that nobody knows. There's not one ice cube in my whole house right now.
What? I don't buy that.
People
I don't buy it.
exist without ice.
I don't buy it. And you're in South Florida.
Swear to
with
God,
that
I don't even own
humidity?
an ice tray. Nope.
Oh, I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
No.
You're in South Florida. There's no way you're not set up with ice.
I swear to God on all that is holy, there's not one ice cube in this house.
You got to remember too, I have a very high heat index in me, so I've got to find ways to cool off all the time. It is a constant thing, and it's not even just the OCD, but I do get hot very easily, and that's a huge part of it. I wear shorts all the time through the winter. Brendan taught me that. My nephew Sean wore shorts in Vermont in January on a ski slope.
Oh wow!
So
With
you're
Bernie
like
Sanders.
one of those dogs that has 3 coats. The fur.
Yes.
You're happy in the ice. Yeah.
And Bernie Sanders was on the same ski slope to him, and I swear to you, Sean's got all the shorts. Gary, thank you, David. Thank you, David. That is so sweet of you. Jesus Christ, that is. So speaking of David, this is money from the Butterfly Effect 3, which David did the musical score for. Erica Durance is in there to promote Butterfly Effect 2, which Ashton Kutcher did. So the movie company has her in there to promote Butterfly. That's why she's there. And here we go.
She strips down to her panties.
Topless?
Fully topless.
Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
We were just looking at that.
Yes, Tendrils. Chucky is my older nephew who lives in Atlanta now, and a swing state. And Sean is the same last name as Aoki from 21 Jump Street, Gwen. Gwen is the Smith of Vietnamese, Nguyen. And Sean is younger than Chucky. How do you say it? Win, just like when.
Win.
Win, like just win, W-I-N, but it's okay. But you must see a million of those at the office, Karen Page, right? Anytime anyone's Asian, it's always win in the.
We were looking at a picture of her as Lois Lane in a bikini. She's gotten dramatically bigger.
Yeah, she must have had titty implants. And she works out a little better now.
Okay, she's in the green room right now listening to this with her husband. By the way, I looked up the interview I watched with Erica Durance recently. She's got a 24-year-old son. Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
To this day.
That is crazy.
I never would have thought that.
Though. She's tight as can be. Well, that's what happens when you get a job on a big show.
I don't think she looks so tight in those bikinis when I see her. She's always showing that.
Robin's fat shaming Erica Durance. This is the lack of. Listen to this. I don't think she.
A little better now, too. She's tight as can be. Well, that's what happens when you get a job on a big show.
I don't think she looks so tight in those bikinis when I see her. She's always showing that belly of hers.
You're saying it's not that tight?
Jesus. It looks nice.
She's listening to this in the green room, and Robin, of all people, is fat shaming Erica Durance.
Right.
This is so.
Meow.
The lack of optics, the lack of self-awareness is off the chart. Can you believe what I just heard?
So I'm not saying it's not good. It's not tight.
So she's already coming in with one strike on a sour note. She's listening to this shit.
Also, she probably is walking in thinking Robin is like Christy Turlington size, and then she sees what Robin actually is, and it's like, wait, you're fucking body shaming me? Really?
Oh God. Yeah. Thanks, Zendaya. Thanks, Zoe Saldana. Robin. Same.
Yeah.
I think that's just her.
My weight's way down. I don't have a tight belly. Tight belly's tough. Guy or girl.
Yes, Mr. D.
That's got to be the genes, I think.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Erica Durance, and I'm here on the show to promote my new movie, Butterfly Effect 2. And I was here a couple of years ago, so it'll be nice to see Howard again. And I hope that he's gentle, but we'll just have a good time and hopefully give people something funny to listen to on the way to work.
Now, are you fearful at all now that he's uncensored and he's on Sirius and?
You know.
Christian Turner says, David's voice has me doing a double take of the screen whenever he talks. He sounds just like Kevin Murphy from
Mystery Science Theater 3000. I take that as
Yeah.
a huge compliment. Thank you.
I'm glad you got that reference. That show is way too old for you, but I'm glad you got that
Oh,
reference.
it's my family's. It was like my dad's favorite show, so it's like very important to me. Yeah, thank you. I take that as a huge compliment. I was a
Everyone's
huge Mystery
doing
Science Theater 3000 fan.
That's
I
so
said
good.
that.
What a drop. What a drop. Everyone's doing Mystery Science Theater. Now we're on these podcasts, right? We're all doing this.
Yeah,
We're going
it's all
over
reaction
stuff
videos.
and
Exactly.
reaction. Yeah, they
I
started that
it
shit.
all.
You hate to say that you're not fearful because then, Murphy's Law says that something terrible is going to happen. But I think, you just got to have fun with it and just laugh.
She's so Canadian, right? Isn't that everything about her personality, effervescence? She's so likable, and so I cannot feel more sorry for her during this. So.
Yourself and try to go with the flow.
Erica Durance. She
Durance.
I was kind of curious about her. Something I read. That's why I invited her in.
What'd you read?
Well, she plays Lois Lane on the Smallville TV show, and
I don't understand how Lois Lane is there.
I don't either, and I can't understand how there's absolutely no chemistry between her and Superman. Oh, there's Erica, looking good too. Hey, baby.
Hello.
You look good. I was looking at you naked.
Surprised.
Oh, that's terrible. Hello.
Good morning. Nice to see you again.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks.
Yeah, you look good. You slimmed down some too. You lost weight.
Lots and lots of running.
Yeah, good for you. That's what you got to do when you're on TV.
Got myself a treadmill and just run every night.
He's such an anorexic ghoul.
I know.
Just like anyone, even like men who come in. Have you seen anyone in any walk of life as fixated on weight as he's? No matter who comes in there, it's who would even say to someone, you gained 5 pounds? What does 5 pounds even mean? Like you could lose that in a day. 5 pounds. Like who even notices that shit? She looks exactly the same as the last interview.
Yeah.
She's so anorexic.
Yeah. How much weight could she have lost? She was heavy?
Right,
No.
right, Artie. Thank you.
I just thought she told up. You must have gotten breast implants since that movie I watched. Am I correct?
No, Howard.
You didn't?
It's called bench pressing.
Oh, no, it ain't.
Yes.
My tits don't get bigger from breast pressing. Not too many women get skinnier and get bigger tits.
But I heard the knock about my ass.
You see, if I were Erica and she knew the show a little better, I would throw it right back at Howard going, what about Beth's tits? Are they implants? And then hold up that hideous picture of FHM when she has the fucking bocce balls in her chest.
Yeah.
Like
those
he does
those
is
glowing
deny
softballs.
Right. All he does is deny Beth that implant. No one's implants look worse than Beth. I can't. Beth's implants are so bad. It's like Cinemax 1993 at 3:00 in the morning. They're that bad.
Pointing in two different
What
directions.
about female solidarity? What happened to that?
Exactly, David. One tit is pointing at Pittsburgh and the other one's pointing at Southampton.
I didn't know she was out there.
I was like, okay, this is some kind of
Yes, Brett, the gay scarecrow.
reel in to get some skin because I'm not showing the boobies. So
Did you get breast implants, honestly?
no,
You really swear to God?
I swear to God,
And
I was 18 when I did that film.
Yeah. Now, are you sorry you did that film? Now, in retrospect?
No, because I think you just can't take yourself too seriously. You know, I'm
You're not
18. It's my first film. It was my first actual talking role, and I was the booby girl, and I get that, but it was all in the heart of what it is. It's a silly horror movie, and you look at a lot of actresses who are out there, and you look back into their past, and most of them you can find maybe not nudity per se, but a lot of horror movies.
When you wrote about your personal life with nudity, and the people who you were married.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Same guy that you were joking with me about 2 years ago. He said it would never last.
Yeah, and it won't. It won't.
Yeah, that's Howard's thing, right? So he couples on it won't last because he's divorced. Again, Erica should throw Allison back at him because this is around the time when Allison issues the gag order where she's not allowed to be brought up. This is what I would, if I was coaching her. God, I wish I could coach her during this. That's how you shut him down. That is just how you shut. You bring up Allison, you bring up Beth's implants.
Yeah. Also, she's doing what Fran Drescher did, where she's trying to diffuse everything coming out at her right away. I was 18. She's downplaying everything, where she probably wants to be a little bit more indignant about what they're hurling at her. But if she plays it off like, oh, I can play ball with you, maybe they'll move on quicker to the next topic.
Yeah, I mean, she's there to promote this movie, and the movie company, her being in a movie or starring in one is immense pressure because she's not thought of as a movie actress, even though it's like
Right.
Butterfly Effect 2, whatever.
Right.
It's she's feeling immense pressure to promote the movie, and he wants nothing to do with. He thinks she's beneath the show, even though I got to tell you, these early Sirius years, she's a great get for what they were getting. In any given week, it's like the Bloodhound Gang and Bob Levy and Greg Fitzsimmons and Brooke.
Yeah.
They had the worst guests. I cannot tell you how bad their guests were then. She was like a get.
Of course it won't.
Oh, and she's the only Smallville guest he's ever had on, which is kind of strange. He's never had Tom Welling on. Michael Rosenbaum, who you saw, we will hear from him after this, had tried to get on the show and they wouldn't let him on.
So dated.
Yeah, well, I just know it won't. How old were you when you got married?
Well, the first time or the second?
You know the stuff with Sarah Michelle Gellar and Freddie Prinze Jr., where Howard said your marriage is going to be done, and they threw it in his face last year. You go, yeah, we were on Howard. They said, yeah, we're still married. Howard, look at this, we're still married. You told us it wouldn't last. Yeah, it was good. It was really good.
Second time around, I found a
Luis the board op is the Freddie Prinze Jr. of the Howard Stern show.
That's so true.
That's
good one.
How old were you the first time you got married?
Oh, it's not as tight as Robin is going through a doorway.
Okay, and how old were you the second time?
Well, how old am I now? Let's see. I gotta think about that.
Got married?
25.
25.
What are you laughing at?
I'm 28 now. I'm doing well.
Yeah, you're doing great.
It was a funny moment when I told her it was time to come in.
Howard, weren't you married at 20?
Yeah. Also, like,
what's so funny?
Again,
he did the hoo-hoo laugh there. What's so funny about that?
Well, the first time or the second time?
See, that's what I'm talking about.
Second time around, I found a good one.
How old were you the first time you got married?
I was 18.
Okay, and how old were you the second time?
Well, how old am I now? Let's see. I gotta think about that.
Got married?
25.
25.
Hey, Howard.
Yes.
I'm 28 now. I'm doing well.
Yeah, you're doing great.
It was a funny moment when I told her it was time to come in because she had to get up and kiss her husband first before she came into the studio.
That's right. And I said, please don't divorce me after this.
They'll be done in 2 years.
Now.
Have me in 2 years. I'll still be married. It's bad.
Some of the guys out there were saying your husband, does he shave his head like Lex Luthor or something?
Not like Lex. He started shaving his head a long time ago.
He did?
And then he set the trend. Now everybody shaves their
What is
head.
he, an actor?
He's an actor and he's a writer.
What does he do? Does he have a job?
He just finished working on Blade for Spike.
Oh, that was a good show.
And it got canceled.
Oh, good setup.
Who did he play? Who did he play?
He played the big arch nemesis, the
Deacon Frost.
the bad
Your
vampire
husband a black guy?
No, but a lot of people think he is partially black, but he's
Doesn't
actually
he look like Billy Zane from
he does.
Titanic?
Yeah, from Titanic.
He really does.
Hungarian. He has just really dark
I watch
skin.
Blade every week, so I'm just
Yeah.
trying to think. I'm sorry they canceled it. That's a good show.
Yeah.
And apparently it did really well for Spike in the first little bit. So
Must have been too expensive.
Halloween
Who
Howie.
knows?
So anyway, I was reading about your personal life with your
It
husband.
really is.
Yes.
Oh,
You
that hair.
say, and this is unbelievable to
Never
me, that
looked more
you
fake.
and your husband and all your friends.
Okay, so this is the fixation of the interview. Nude parties. He gets right like this is all he cares about and thinks about it. And why, David, does he care about nude parties so much? What does he really want to hear about?
Well, the men at these parties, I
Yes.
assume. Yeah.
That's right. That's exactly right. So he wants to probe her to get more, and she's so tired of it as this goes on. But he wants to hear about the male nudity, and she's not giving him what he really wants, and he's trying to dance
You
around.
and your husband and all your friends, when they come over to your home,
I know where you're going.
you insist on nudity.
No, I don't insist. We have choice friends that
Why do you want to be naked? You say you want to be nude in your home. Describe to me when this started happening. Is your family nude?
I'll tell you why. Because I grew up
to get naked.
You're a hot, you know what it is? She's a hot chick and she likes people to see it.
Right. She's gonna float it.
No. When I was younger, I grew up in a very conservative environment where I couldn't go to school with dresses that were above my knee. I couldn't. I wore dresses till I was about 15, and you couldn't wear pants or any of that kind of stuff.
Sunflower, do you relate to this?
Sunflower dropped or someone dropped off.
Flau?
Oh, there she is.
I unmuted her mic.
Hello.
Flau? Okay, you dropped
Yes.
and came back? Do you relate to
Yes.
what she's saying? Here, listen to this.
Yes.
This is Erica
exactly
Durance
the
from
same.
Canada.
I grew up in a very conservative environment where I couldn't go to school with dresses that were above my knee. I couldn't, I wore dresses till I was about 15, and you couldn't wear pants or any of that kind of stuff. And so I figured, what the heck? You know, when I get married in my own home, there's got to be a time where your body can breathe. And there are people that never take their clothes off.
So that's the thing. That's just, you went through that same upbringing, huh?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. We
She
had
sounds like you a little bit.
But yeah, I mean, I've had friends who are nudists, and it's all cool. He's weird, like the way he is so fixated on it. You can't tell me that they don't have rich people parties where everybody's naked. I mean, come on.
Well, John Stamos.
Right. And what we don't know, forget it. He's going to be probably tied into the P. Diddy stuff. I'm telling you, what we don't know is going on. I'm waiting too.
Yeah.
I've been losing. So Mr. D says, I understand. I've been losing faith in Gunkley. Last episode, Dennis referred to Robin as a cancer-ridden. I lost my dad to melanoma. Yeah, I had my dad to cancer too, Mr. D. Yeah, it's nothing you joke about. Mom survived.
Oh my God,
cancer.
Mr. D. When that is the most horrible thing I can ever think of. What a terrible thing to say. And I have had family members I lost to cancer too. I'll shut up, but that's
somebody. Yeah, so you've got to have somebody. How many degrees of your life that has been taken by it, right? I mean, that is not something. Absolutely.
Even when they go to bed, they're wearing like from head to toe, they're wearing flannel. And I just figure that's not healthy. You got to have a place where you feel free.
So in your home, when it's just you and your husband,
Yes.
he walks around nude and you walk around nude.
Yeah.
And-
all
and-
the time. Well, not all the
Do
time,
you
but
eat naked?
sometimes.
And do you-
as long as it's not hot stuff that could burn you.
Do you cook naked?
Would you cook
Always
naked?
put on an apron. You really don't want to.
Do you really? So you're a nudist. Did you ever go to a nudist colony?
No.
No, Mr. D, there's nothing funny about it. There's no place in any comedy wheelhouse. Absolutely true.
There's a lot of things to make fun of Robin for. That's not one of them.
That's not one of them. Right. Why? Right. Why exactly?
No. Do you like to be outside nude? Is there something exciting in that?
in the nude? Well, let's just say I live in a very secluded area, kind of off the side of a mountain.
All right.
So if we want to run through the forest naked and
what types
yell.
of things do you?
Crazy Robin, you are the black sunflower dragon of Southern California. I hope we all wore a uniform and wore dresses and skirts to miss. Wow, that's a
Same.
com-
100%
Wow.
Catholic.
You do naked? Seriously,
does
I mean, do you,
so does
do you
Isabel.
sit on your couch and watch TV naked?
Yeah.
And do you find that leads to a lot more sex and stuff with your husband?
I figure with my husband clothes on or off, it leads to a lot of sex.
And he walks around naked with balls out.
You
and-
come down to breakfast naked.
You can see where this is going, right? He cannot get off this. This
Yeah.
goes on now for 20 minutes. He won't get off this.
So
This
I have a
interview-
question. Is this story fate? Like, Will set her up with this story, and it's not even.
Oh, you're jumping ahead.
I'm
That's
sorry.
okay. That's
Sorry.
not. You're gonna. There's a big bomb to be dropped after this is
Okay,
over.
I'm-
And
oh,
when we
God,
get
that's
to
okay.
her interview with Rosenbaum, it's crazy, and it
Okay.
really gives you. That's okay. That's fine. It gives you the fourth wall as to how fake and set up and phony the show can be, from the fake callers to. When you hear this, you'll almost never believe another thing you hear on the show in terms of a guest and how manipulated they are.
Yeah.
All right, so now describe to me, if I'm a friend of yours, I come over, and at what point do you say to me, look,
Ed
I'm going to
Rush.
be naked now. Would you guys like to be naked? And do people think you're a swinger? What do they think?
I'm definitely not a swinger.
Right. Okay.
I'm not.
You've never made love with another couple? or
No,
anything like
absolutely
that.
not.
All right.
Yeah, Pella, you could tell he's probing, right? What is he looking for? You'll find out at the end of this.
So how do you position this to your friends? Like, if I came over to your house and you said to me, hey, I'm just going to get naked now, I would think I was part of, like, maybe somebody trying to swing
Yeah,
with me.
like you would lead to this.
That
Well, I
happened-
think
This would be leading to
in this
something.
Like, that
situation,
happened
he's
to
got
me
to
with
be.
John Stamos and Rebecca. I mean, Rebecca got naked, and then
That must have been a fun time for you.
it was great. But
You're like, great dinner party.
But I think they wanted to swing. I
And
mean,
you said no?
honestly. Yeah, I
Howard,
just started dating.
Rebecca.
Yeah, we were in bed naked together, but we didn't do anything.
Oh. Huh.
That is disappointing, isn't it?
That is disappointing. She's hot.
Yeah, she's hot, but I just met my girlfriend, and she was weirded out, and John had his
Well, you
big
go-
package out, his big penis.
Yeah, that
Made
would
you
have been,
nervous.
his girlfriend would have had to be with John.
Yeah.
You'll get annoyed if this part I skipped to. He says he over enunciates my penis, my penis, my penis. He says it 100 times during that.
It's probably like a goon word for him. Like he has to really enunciate it to get off on it. You know what I mean? Like
He
just
thinks it's funny too. He thinks it's comedy.
and
if he
it's a comedy
over-enunciates.
thing.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I'm
Stamos,
like,
that
yeah.
would've been a problem.
If she had been with Stamos, like that would have been it. It would have been over, you know.
It's
Who
terrible.
wants me after you've been with Stamos? This is not a good
Doesn't bother
interview.
me.
I'll tell you why. You're
Why,
not helping me
Howard?
with this. I really am curious.
You
how
really wanna
make-
know.
I really want to know. I'm not kidding around. I don't understand how. If I went to someone's house and they said to me, like, do you get into the hot tub naked all of a sudden, or do you just?
No.
How?
She's like, move on. Get off. Get anything else. Move on. There's
She could
nothing
have,
to
yeah,
it.
she could have put him in his place here politely. You know what I
She's
mean?
too nice.
I've been
She's
like-
too sweet.
Yeah.
She's
I
trying
mean,
to be a good sport, and it's
Who's
boring
nude
her.
from morning till night? It's a
Right.
stupid question. He's asking dumb questions.
But he spends the whole interview on it.
How does it? How do you make that transition from everyone has their clothes on to taking them off? How?
You just say, hey, want to take your clothes off?
You do? Is that what you do?
Sure.
And do the men and the women sort of get offended or weirded out sometimes?
No, because like I said, I mean, it's one of those things, I guess, I suppose people who swing would say the same thing. It's somebody you know.
Right. So
Right.
you're the one who usually brings it up.
I think it's safest that way.
Okay. You say it, and then does everyone undress in front of each other?
Yeah,
Where do you go? Do you
He wants male nudity stories so bad. He
have a
I
room?
thought we were here to talk about butterfly effect too.
We're going to, but explain this to me. I really want to stick with it. I really want to come away from this interview understanding what you're up to.
When you hear the reveal after this, you'll know why he can't get off it.
Okay, up in BC, in the middle of nowhere,
Go
in
ahead.
Canada.
Good.
People are just really relaxed, and it's not all about a sexual thing. So if you're there and you're kind of just hanging out naked or whatever, you have some people over, you say, hey, you want to come over tonight? We're having dinner party. Oh, and clothing optional.
Clothing optional. Oh, so you said, oh, that's the way you do it.
Yeah.
And
unless we want to shock somebody.
And
what
how
kind of furniture do you have?
Oh dear, my bosses
We'll
aren't
get
going to like
no,
that.
we'll get to the movie.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you uncomfortable with this line of questioning?
I just thought we were talking about butterfly effect.
Fuck the
I'm
movie.
thrown off.
Who cares about that?
Oh dear, my bosses aren't going to like
no,
that.
we'll get to the movie. I know you're in a movie, and I promise you I'll do that. But explain this to me so I understand. So then the people come over, and they say clothing optional. You answer the door, you're nude. Your husband's walking around nude.
That's right. Well, we got shoes on.
Okay, that's hot. And what do you wear, like heels?
Yeah, like what kind of
Heels
shoes
or
could
my
you be?
husband's work boots.
All right. And do you look yourself over before the party, let's say?
Well, you got to make sure that,
No,
hygiene
you do your
is important.
hair.
Yeah, I mean... But what
Got
do
to do my hair and makeup, right?
What do you think this says about you psychologically?
The staff is trying to go along with this too. They're even just going, you haven't heard Artie in the entire time he's been here. Like, what is Artie supposed to do with that?
Seriously. Like, saying that's me, but he takes his pants
No,
off.
I don't.
What if a guy has
I'm
like a
not
little
interested in it.
egg in a nest? You know what I mean? You ever seen a guy like that with almost no balls? I'm not saying that's me, but when you see that, do you say, "Wow, I'm really shocked that he has such a small penis"?
My penis.
That's a lie. You're lying. There's no way you don't look. It's the same way I would look at you and say, "Hey, her tits are nice." I mean, you would.
You don't sit there and go, "Oh, my husband's better than that."
Well, I
I'm
know
so glad
he's
I'm
better
married
than
to
all that.
him.
You don't judge the man's penis, is
No.
what you say.
Our house is a house of judgment free.
Be honest with me. That's not true.
Well, Howard, how do you do a show like this where you have people come on and you
We
talk
judge them.
about
I
certain
judge them.
things?
We judge everybody.
Like you're judging me.
Yeah.
Of course. Like, say I was
All
one
in
of your
good fun.
Erica, say I was one of your friends. You would
Yeah.
send me you would have the ball to send me an invitation saying clothing optional.
Well, optional means
Party
you can do it.
canceled.
You don't have to.
People stay dressed the whole night at these parties?
Yes.
They do.
Absolutely.
You walk around naked and some people have their clothes on. And then do
I'm almost 20 minutes into this interview. He's still talking about it.
they feel like
And I'm
assholes
skipping around.
because they have their clothes on?
No, it's Canada. It's different.
It's Canada.
I've been to Canada. I never heard.
And they're nude, right? I mean, you're nude. You and your
People are
husband.
walking around with drinks.
I'm skipping like 3 minutes at a time, and he goes the same question.
He's turning it into a bachelorette party where it's like, let's compare all of our husbands' cocks. Like, this is the line of questioning. This is the line of conversation.
He won't quit until she talks about male nudity.
Hold it. You're not answering my question. You and your husband are nude at the beginning of the party, right?
Sometimes.
All right. You don't disrobe in front of people.
No, because then it ends up being some kind of
Strip show.
Which
Okay, got it.
Light radio.
This is unbelievable.
Light radio.
Party.
I like to keep that part of it a mystery, Howard.
A mystery?
That's
What kind of
there's
mystery
no
is that?
mystery to the party goers. Well, that's right, and it's in the privacy of my home, not on satellite radio.
This is unbelievable. Oh, Wendy the retard wants to go to one of your parties.
Oh,
Let's see.
okay.
Wendy, hi.
Hi, Howard. What's worse, sexualizing Wendy or sexualizing Millie Bobby Brown?
Well, it's a good question.
Wow,
Actually,
that's a deep question.
I'm going with Wendy.
I might.
John.
I don't know. Both. I don't know. I can't answer it. I don't know. I got to think more on it.
John.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got something live, and Sunflower has been questioning John on his whole ice routine, and you have your usual
Look at Ice Pick.
standard ice cube containers, and
Empty.
you probably got these. So we fuck them right off, and then we go to this shit.
Oh,
Look
I
at
have
that.
that.
I've had that.
Look
I've had that one.
That.
It's rubber,
I want
right?
the round
And
ones.
we go even bigger to that
Look at the size of
motherfucker.
those things.
Look at the size of that. And then look what I'm bringing in. Look.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Look at that.
That's like an old guinea
It's crazy.
with an Italian
John,
ice cube.
I want you to get these. That thing will last a long time. Thank you.
Awesome.
God. That's
Oh my
crazy.
god, hilarious.
Thank you,
Bonsoir
guys.
Productions.
I'm
Awesome.
sorry, I had to. It's time sensitive. Does everyone in the chat agree that when it's time sensitive like that, it's best to get it
Breaking
in?
news, yeah.
Give me a,
It's melting.
Give me a timestamp, 3:04:30, so I can jerk off to
Okay,
it.
you want to go to the nude party?
Yeah.
Would you get naked?
Sorry, go
No,
Johnny.
go ahead.
No,
pause.
you play. I know. I'll
Yeah,
just
and
put
you
it
would be
back up.
retarded, right? Yes.
You would get completely naked, no underwear for you.
Yeah, and you would let everyone see your big flop.
What's the autism aware? You know, the autism defamation league or whatever. We need to send this clip to her. Listen to this. Listen to this. This is just
She's
hideous.
not autistic. She's not autistic.
She's special needs. She's special needs.
She's a slow adult.
Slow
And
adult to
that's-
retard.
Yeah, autistic is not the same
Wendy,
thing.
hi.
Hi, Howard.
You're on with Erica. You want to go to the nude party?
Yes.
Would you get naked?
Yes.
Yeah, and you would be retarded, right? Yes.
You would get completely naked,
look at
no
her face.
underwear for you.
Yeah, and you would let everyone see your big floppy tits?
And
Yeah.
your unshaved bush.
Would you let
Erica is not partaking in this. She is not having
all the
this.
men have sex with you?
We don't have sex at my parties, so I'm sorry.
There's
not
no
a big
sex
orgy
happening.
I'm gonna thank you, woman.
Wow, you're getting turned on.
You are going to have sex at this party.
No.
All right, thank you, Wendy. Wow.
But there's nobody has ever, there's no fooling around at all in a sexual.
Robin got the marching orders to elongate and belabor this bullshit.
way at these parties.
There's flirting, but there's no fooling. Well, then I'd have to give you a cup.
And we're
You
sitting.
got to cover it up.
If I what end and
Believe it or not.
how does it all work?
How many? And you're talking pretty large, like a 20-person.
Guys, 25 minutes into they're still talking about this. This is a full 25 minutes. I'm skipping around.
Party.
Usually it's a little smaller, but
A little
sometimes-
smaller.
Do guys ever get thrown out of your party for getting a little out of hand?
Well, it sets a precedent.
It has happened? Have people been thrown out of the party?
Oh, Howard.
She's
Why are
exasperated.
you uncomfortable with this?
Well, I don't know. I just thought we could talk about something else now, like my abs or some other part of my
You'd
physical
prefer that
anatomy.
now.
This is fascinating.
I'm done now. I'm done being on the roasted hot seat.
You're not on the hot seat. I'm asking about a party. You're way too uptight about this.
Now, keep in mind, her husband's in the green room listening to this, okay? Want you to place, if this is your sister, your wife, your girlfriend, your whatever, your daughter, what do you do if you're this guy in the green room?
You're old. What is it, boys? Richard
That's
and
right.
Sal.
Hey, Howard.
Okay, so this is the kicker. So Richard and Sal come in and they sexually harass her. This is so and this anybody, and she handles it like a Canadian cool factor would, but you can see she's on the verge of.
She's naughty
It's
now.
ridiculous.
Superman got a cold. What is it, boys? Richard
That's
and
right.
Sal.
Hey, Howard. We're long-time listeners. It's an honor to have her here. But
In all honesty, you got to step it up and get the fuck out of here because this interview blows.
I know, I'm bombing here.
You know what?
Really?
Are you familiar with the Howard Stern show and how it works?
I was on
You're dressed like an Amish broad.
She's
loosen up a little bit.
And clothes.
That's
That
right.
actually pisses
I
me
figure
off
what
more
I
than
talk
the other
about is
stuff.
juxtaposed by what I'm wearing. So
Go ahead, Sunflower. I'm sorry.
No, that just actually pisses me off more than the other stuff. The other stuff, he's belaboring a point. Okay, maybe he's an idiot. But this is aggressive, and they don't just come in on their own.
No, who's telling them to come in?
Howard.
Clearly,
Right.
it's coming from the back. Yeah.
It's coming from the back, but it's coming from Howard.
Come in and insult our guest? That's
Insults
so
our guest.
aggressive. Yeah.
They take no accountability. Howard takes no accountability. He's clearly they do nothing without his marching orders. They're not allowed to do anything. He has all these layers of people in between him and accountability. So when this shit goes down, he backs away and says, "Oh, it's the Howard TV guys. It's Richard and Sal. It's Gary." But it's coming from him. They don't do anything without him telling them to do it.
It's
They
a
have this
terrible
stupid-
position to
Yes.
be in. Yeah.
I don't even know what juxtapose means.
See, there you go.
Look,
We want to see some titties or something.
get out of here.
Wait a minute. She said she. Hold on.
All right, thank you. You
Stop
guys can-
attacking
We're
people.
nudists
Yeah.
too.
We're nudists too.
You're nuttist too.
What?
We actually want to tell her that they're also nudists.
Well, they are nudists. They get
They're
naked
around
all
here
the time.
naked
on
all the
there.
time. We can't
We're
help
getting
it.
naked right now.
When somebody says they go to a nude party, this is what happens.
Okay, look at this, Sunflower. Here we go.
No,
Get
no,
ahead,
no,
Richard.
I know. You can leave.
Come on, baby.
Get out.
In all seriousness, step it up, but you got to get out.
All right, thank you.
Just button.
On your show, Sal.
Stop it. Get out. Get out, the two of you. All right.
Let's go. Shake it up, baby.
All right.
Oh, that really encourages me to do that.
Now they're playing good cop, bad cop with Howard. Look at her.
Yeah.
Look at her. She's on the verge. Who wouldn't be? How ganged up are you? Her husband's listening to this.
Right. And I assume you jumped ahead, like Richard pulled out his dick.
He didn't know. He didn't pull it out. But even just the gesture of pulling his pants down, he
Right.
would have if Howard let him.
Right.
He knew to stop it there, but he knew this is just hideous on every the very definition of sexual harassment.
Yeah.
There's nothing, right? I mean, what if this isn't sexual harassment? What is?
Right.
She's not in on it. She did not sign up for this at all from them.
And it's and they're insulting her too. It's not even like, like,
oh, it's beyond that.
"Oh,
Yeah.
you're so hot, don't you want it?" It's like they're insulting her, and then as a garnish, like, here's my cock. Like,
Look at you using garnish. That's a bartender word. That's a mixologist word.
I've always thought of penis as garnish.
That's what happened.
Did you guys catch that? Sunflower just said, "I've always thought of penis as garnish." Look at these two, still giddy, still having fun with it. Feel no remorse, have no optics.
We're scared of the husband. We were just even scared of the husband. What happened? You tried to get nude?
Yeah,
No, we just want
to kick it up a notch,
We're bored out of our fucking minds in the back, and we pass Gary, and Gary's like, "Do something," and we're like, shouldn't we? She stinks. She's.
So Gary got the word from Howard.
right.
Do something. Gary goes. That's how the layers of protocol,
The chain of
the show
command.
works.
Right.
Chain of command, right? And so they feel they have to come in.
But at least if she shows her boobs or something, she could save the interview, That's what guys, Stern fans are guys like us on a construction site. They don't care about this. They don't know who
When's the last
this
time you were on a
chick is.
construction site, you faggot?
Well, 2 years ago when I was an electrician.
Don't speak for me on what kind of Stern fan I am, you
Yeah.
troglodyte redneck piece of shit. I cannot stand when people like him speak what a Stern fan is supposed to be. You do not speak for me. That's not at all why I listen to the show.
Yeah. The Stern Show is a buffet. You choose from it what you want,
Right. It's whatever Howard conveniently calls it at the time. What is this
Yeah.
show about, right? Then now it's evolved. Now it's an interview show, right? It's like whatever he doesn't want. Thank you, Mr. D. Got it. Yep, 100% true. No, Mr. D, she's innocent. Yes, says Crazy Robin. And they have set up this clusterfuck to shame and insult her. Richard looks so much better with his dad bod than I agree, Tendrils. Right? They both look horrible on him, but Dad bod is better on him.
And trust me. Just like this. I mean, when you're hot, what are you doing? Take it off.
But this is
Have a
bullshit.
little fun. This is the Stern Show.
Say again, Sunflower?
This is bullshit because Howard is the one who was steering the interview. He's the one that kept asking the same goddamn question for 20 minutes.
Exactly.
And now she's boring? But anyway, go ahead.
She was, and who brought her in? He did. We're supposed to. How stupid do you think we is that this isn't coming from Howard? How stupid do you think we are?
Of course.
Crazy Robin says all guests are. This is like lambs to the slaughter. That's exactly right, Crazy Robin. That's a great metaphor.
Why are you guys whispering?
Now I'm craving. Now I'm craving gyros and lamb meat. I found out you can buy gyro meat at the the restaurant depot places. They sell it like pre-sliced up, and nobody loves gyro and lamb meat more than Sunflower Dragon.
Go ahead.
Oh dear.
Now that you put it that way, now I feel guilty.
You make a good point.
Just hit play.
I know.
Lisa,
Yeah.
look at Lisa.
I'm dressed. I could be in there.
Watch us.
Okay, here we go. Okay.
Mm.
This is what we're talking about. Get ready for it. Okay, Lisa, not in on the bit. This is what Sal jumps to. Get ready.
Lisa's on the show. Watch us. Look what we do. Hey, Lisa, come on.
Oh! Look at this.
Vile. Oh,
Right?
John. Ugh.
What on her? How? According to insiders, she's going to human, as one should go to human resources. Sal just whipped his ass out and Yokozuno'd Lisa G.
But
And it's
human
on film.
resources is there to protect the company, not the employee.
Right.
So
Right.
basically, they're keeping a log of how problematic she is, and eventually they'd get rid of her. It's
That's
not
a
about
fantastic.
them.
That is a fantastic point. Say that again, Flow. Of what is human
Sorry,
resources?
my cat knocked over a table.
No.
She's blind.
What is the bottom line?
Human resources is there to protect the corporation, not the employee. People think, oh, I'll go and tell human resources they'll protect me. No, they're making a note to keep in mind who are the problematic employees that they'll eventually get rid of. That's just reality.
And they'll find a way to exercise them from.
They'll
the
talk
company.
to the other. Yeah, eventually. Yeah, if you keep talking, you're gonna go.
That's such a good commentary.
Those guys just want you. They hear nude
Well,
party.
they wanted to have a nude party. That's what they were hoping
They would
for.
be
I know
doing
they're
this
pretty
out.
excited about that.
Now, Erica Durance is in the. By the way, on Smallville the other night, Superboy got a cold, which
Yes.
made no sense.
Yes.
How did he get a
was
cold?
blowing barn doors off.
They didn't even explain how he got the cold.
I don't know, Howard. I get the script and I do it.
You just do
I
it.
go, okay, a barn door is going to hit.
I 100% PCP 23. I was a diehard Stern fan from 92 to 09. That's kind of my timetable exactly. Holy shit, that's exactly my timetable when I dropped off. That's Artie's year when Artie leaves. 09 and 91, 92 is like when I first started.
Gary's
That's exactly
marriage,
my
right.
time. Crazy. But I always hated the burping, farting, queefing, and gay shit. I agree with every effing word you just said. Every word. A hee-raw at the Oregon State Fair this year was $17. Oh, a gyro. Sarah paid $17 for a gyro at a fair, at a state fair. That's like Yankee Stadium prices, right?
Yeah, I think she's correcting your pronunciation of it's hero.
Hero. Yeah, I'm not saying
Yeah.
that shit. I'm not. I hate that. I'm just not saying. I'll phonetically pronounce it like an American. Gyro.
Right.
If it's called hero, don't use a fucking G.
Right.
I mean, what the hell?
Is there good money in Smallville for you? I mean, are you being paid?
So he's trying to deflect now to get off that. Now he's pretending to be into Smallville out of nowhere. Tendril says, hey, Sunflower, yes. When I was at Sony Pictures, the HR department was only there to implement the wishes of the corporation. They were never there for us. God damn, that's such a great... I think people really need to drill that home. I think we're all under this false impression that human resources is there to protect you and I, and they are not. And even I had to have that drilled into my head, what Sunflower just did. That's a great commentary.
Pretty well. It's your first big acting job, right? And did they rake?
Okay, I'm going to jump ahead from the Smallville speak, and we're going to go...
Pleasant when somebody's trying to eat dinner.
And by the way, I understand what you're saying. It's not a sexual thing. It's a fun.
He's back to the... After that, he goes back to the nude parties again. This is now 35 minutes into the interview. He talked about Smallville and Butterfly Effect for 90 seconds. And he thinks this is what we want to hear. Yeah. This show is all about Howard.
Thing to be naked, but supposed to see it.
Yeah, but see, the reason why she's able to have these parties is
so now he has callers calling in to do his bidding.
Because she's around.
I'll tell you something. It's true what he says. He's got a needle dick. I don't want that conversation going on after.
Is this not a gay man under the auspices of nude parties? Every time I'm not even. There's nothing calculated about me. I'm stopping it randomly, and everything he says goes back.
The party.
Well, they're never going to do it to your face. They'll wait till you leave.
I gotta say,
If you're not comfortable, then don't come.
I gotta say, when I was in Cologne, Germany, on the Rhine River, there.
I understand that, but I'm just
okay. This is great.
Week, yeah.
The interview ends, and she, as a great Canadian cool factor broad would do, goes to say goodbye to them, and you could see she's on the verge of tears. And Howard does this thing where he gets up, and you could see the Wigga Mortis, Wigga Bifida body language,
Decrepit.
and he goes, I don't know, and he puts the arms up like, what happened? I don't know. Man, it's just like the Artie and Teddy thing and the South thing. Watch this. This is the best part of Howard TV to me, is the stuff off air.
Yeah, we've got a couple of $500 prizes
see,
and stuff.
The Wizard of Oz kind of thing.
We'll be talking about it quite a bit. And listen, I wish you luck.
Thanks.
I don't understand anymore what's going on, but thanks for trying to explain it to me.
Thanks, Howard.
Yeah, and videotape the next one and bring it in here.
Maybe we'll understand if we can
That's
see
right.
it.
It's hard to explain.
I couldn't be naked at a party.
Yeah, if you wanted to a dinner party,
I couldn't
and
do it.
somebody said, "Well, clothing is optional," what do you do?
I would panic.
The cameraman has to buy clothes stay on.
I'm telling you.
I love the staff pretending to be into this line of questioning. That's such good lapdog.
I'm not trying to be funny, but I would panic.
You certainly wouldn't think about the food.
I know, right, Flower? You just hate all of them, right? You just
It's so gross.
You just hate all of them. The worst human beings on the planet. Look at Ronnie, by the way. Okay, check out Ronnie. He's positioned to the right. Why is Ronnie there? He's nervous that her husband is going to come flying in there throwing punches.
Oh, wow.
I mean, wouldn't you? If that was your wife, if that was your daughter, if that was your girlfriend, if that was your mom, I would be rushing that studio, just throwing haymakers at everybody.
No, this is her career. And
this isn't going to affect her career. What did this show do for her?
If your husband comes in and attacks Howard Stern, it might affect her career.
Oh, yeah. I would black out. I wouldn't care. What is this show going to do for her career? What did this show do for the Butterfly Effect 2 box office?
Yeah. I don't know, but that's what
I wouldn't care about any of that.
Clothing optional. You could come to the one where everybody's dressed.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, what if I was in that situation? I don't know how I would handle it. That's what I'm saying. It's a fascinating thing.
Okay. All right.
Look at him. I don't even think Howard's now doing. He's pretending to be more into this than even he is now. He's still he's trying to reel it in to make it look like he's genuinely curious, and really he just wants to hear about male nudity. The psychology of the party means nothing to him.
If I was her husband, I would play off the Billy Zane resemblance and come in as the Phantom and like roundhouse kick him.
The Phantom. That's public domain superhero that has no Marvel or DC affiliation that you can actually use it. You know what I mean? Like you can't get copyrights if you use that. The Phantom is an old superhero. He was on an animated series I loved called Defenders of the Earth in the mid to late 80s with Flash Gordon, Lothar, and Mandrake. They're all public domain characters.
I wouldn't know.
Well, look at this. So she's going over with the fakest hug on the face of the earth. The Phantom went like this. He went, "The ghost who walks summons the power of 10 tigers." And you would see like a silhouette of 10 tigers, and you would.
I wouldn't know. I hope that was fun for you. I don't know.
It was.
I don't know. I hope that was fun for you. I don't know.
They really don't get close with that camera.
Yeah. Look at she's got that fake smile on, and she can't wait.
It's all right. Thank you.
It was a pleasure to see you again.
You too.
Erica.
Hello.
Interesting in there.
Yeah, I wouldn't let up about the naked party. I'll tell you that much.
Were you like annoyed by it? It seemed like it was starting to get to you after a while.
Well, there was nothing more to say.
Her husband's very relaxed here.
Why do you think
I'm not at all positive he's listening to the interview there. You know, that's an interesting thing about Howard TV. No one's going to see this. You know what I mean? Like at the time, like how many people had Howard TV? It's not like this is on basic cable or even the E show. So it's not, you know what I mean? It doesn't circulate like you think they're not really worried about that.
That's the story of Howard's career. It's just like, this will be broadcast once, and no one's going to, make audio cassette recordings like a maniac and archive the show. And then of course, that's exactly what happened.
He was so obsessed with it. He sees a lot of nudity here.
I think he has a problem with the size of his penis.
And it all derives from that?
Yeah.
So he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that you have parties like that.
He couldn't let it go.
And was that getting annoying for you? Like, it seemed like you wanted to move the conversation towards your...
Well, yeah, I wanted to talk about the movies. So.
I mean, look at her. Look at the face.
Yeah.
Look at her.
Yeah, she's pissed.
And she should be. And she's holding it in, and she thinks she's pissed off the movie company at the same time.
Right.
So it's just on every level, this has got to be just...
It's a whole situation. That's why you can't have your husband rushing in. It's freaking, you're in the movies. You know what I mean? It's not
Howard
like...
No,
a
you're
grocery
right.
store.
Howard wishes he could be at a swinging party. I know that is his fantasy. That is totally.
Seem a little upset.
And
like,
Greg Carmel
bit,
continues this line.
You're a little pissed at him.
Yeah.
This is really bad. Yeah.
Yep.
Howard.
No, I'm not.
Just like enough of the conversation.
Enough of the nude party.
All right. Are you glad you stopped by though?
Yes, I am.
All right. Thanks, Erica.
Thanks.
I do not understand what just happened. I really don't. I'm confused.
He loves that fucking. Oh my God, he's so good at stepping away from it and playing stupid. When I just anyone can see through this.
So he said earlier to that girl, "You're not an expert on sex unless you've been to an orgy. So you have to be an orgy person to be an expert on sex."
Nice
and
call
then
back.
This one, if you're just naked, which again, nudity is not sexuality.
Right.
Then all I want to hear about is naked people. It's just weird.
Yeah. Well, you'll hear the big reveal after this, and you'll be more pissed off.
Can I say something to that?
Yes.
The reason he doesn't think that other woman is an expert is because she's getting paid for something, and he hates when people are getting paid for something that he thinks they didn't work hard enough at becoming experts at. But if it's just her being social and there's no money component, then it's like, oh, then you must be an expert on like seeing naked men and the ease with which you get naked men into your life. Like, I respect it, and I want to drill you on it because you have such a canon of knowledge about it. Right, you have what I want. Exactly.
Yeah, the money changes everything, Cindy Lauper.
The money
every
changes
time
everything.
Yes.
Do you think I was asking inappropriate questions?
That toothpick in him. How much you want to just bash his fucking skull, punch the toothpick, smash his stupid chiclet teeth out.
Inappropriate
You're not cool. You're
Think
not
about
cool
that.
with the tooth. I know.
Do you think I was asking?
Oh, I hate that toothpick. It's just,
I know.
What's mesophomia? Like when you have the sounds of something that you hate.
Yeah.
Mastication sounds.
Him and fucking toothpick.
Asking
Is that the
inappropriate
word,
questions.
David? I'm trying. Mastication. Yeah, you know what I mean.
No.
Sorry.
I don't have nude parties. It would be inappropriate to ask me those questions.
Do you think
Crazy Robin said, "What if that was Vivica Fox and Larry David's her husband? Right? Would you do that to a black actress? You would not."
What?
Do you think she left upset?
Yeah, I thought she was angry with me.
I'm gonna go talk to her.
Oh yes, I think she
really?
was.
Yeah.
Right, Fred, you thought she was upset,
Yeah,
right?
she
And I'm
walked
like,
out. She was definitely very cold, very bristly. I mean, you were totally in the right on that. I mean,
What a lapdog!
Fucking Fred.
Fred, how did you react when your wife got groped at the Tony and Tina's wedding with John?
Right.
Oh,
How did that go? What a
work,
stupid
Johnny.
ass laptop! I can't stand Sunflower. You
Basic.
just hate everybody. We just hate everybody.
I can't
She
believe
did not
that
expect
I didn't
the
see
reaction
the ball
that-
washing then.
Yes. This is
I
when I
didn't see
started
it.
to hate everybody on the show. We didn't, because I started to hate the show by here. This is like right after Howard blew off Gary's dad's funeral and stuff. This is when I started to like really go turn on the show. This is right around this time.
She has these parties. She thinks it's all fun and games. She doesn't realize that the rest of the world, at least the American
I just
world,
wanted to understand
kind of like
the
nutty.
party. I thought it was great, but
trying to flip shit around.
I think she's pissed that I asked about it.
I think she's pissed because
She
that
became
was
uncomfortable.
the entirety of the interview. I mean, only because we never got an answer. We kept trying to get an answer.
I would love to stab Howard in the Adam's apple with the toothpick.
She answered every question.
You'll find out.
What I'm talking about?
Yeah, I can't
I was
wait.
just trying to really understand.
Absolutely.
I wasn't making a judgment.
Oh, no. It was totally asking for information and trying to understand, but I think she, she's one of those people who, I want to just talk about my movie and how it felt to, emote as my character.
Yeah, that ain't going to happen here. I mean, I never ask anybody about their movie.
No.
Yeah, not
This is
everybody's
shit.
coming in here with, that experience.
Howard, you know what?
She's angry, right?
It's unbelievable. I never ask anyone about their movie. When Charlize Theron comes in, let's see the line of questioning she gets. He's just, everything is just twisted and backpedals on it and contradictory.
Why would you be angry?
When Rodney Dangerfield comes in to promote Meet Wally Sparks, Howard asks him about it.
What was the soccer movie he did with Jack Hay Harry? Ladybugs.
Oh,
right.
Yeah. Right.
Angry about
she's
that.
not angry. She's not angry. She's a very nice person, and if she were angry, she would never say she's angry.
Right,
So she's that kind of person. But I said, listen, are you? We get the feeling that you're sort of irritated. She goes, I wouldn't say the word is irritated, but I would say that I was surprised that the whole interview was about this one thing when there are so many other things to talk about.
Like
but I don't know what the other things are.
Well, what does she want to talk about?
Ask her.
See, but you understand something.
I'm hung up on
Howard.
She could have thrown something else in.
No, but
thing to find out about.
that was honest enough right there.
But she's
Other facets of her to talk.
Artie actually defends her a little bit here. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Suddenly she's expected to do Howard's job of the interview. It's like, well, she should bring up something else that's interesting. It's like, that's your fucking job. You're the interviewer. You're directing the line of questioning. Like,
spot on. To the tune of $4,000 a minute.
Right. You're the master interviewer. It's like the way you find out if there's anything interesting about her beyond this is you ask her,
Right.
Or
And,
do
but
your
he's
research.
too lazy to research, right? I mean, the bottom line is, and he's such a low IQ simp, he doesn't know how to. I mean, it's so crazy what he gets.
No, there isn't.
Why is that a surprise?
Nobody really knows that much. I mean, that's it.
Worst part is, David, he's supposedly a Superman fan. He's supposedly this is his favorite show, and he can't think of talking points about Smallville.
Right. And by the way, he just said right there, like, nobody knows that much about her. It's like, that's why she's on the show. You could change that for America and actually do your research, do a pre-interview with her, do what the big boy talk shows that you're jealous of do and do a pre-interview. And then, have a line of questioning that covers all the different facets of Erica Durance. So it's your fault.
Always.
Interesting thing that they.
Yeah, but he thinks that you left sort of like you were sort of irritated by the whole situation, are you?
Oh, no. I wouldn't say irritated. I'm just
damage
Well, I would
control.
say I'm surprised.
Yeah.
This is damage control, right?
They're trying to.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're trying to, and you don't know what
Whitewash.
call. Yep.
But it's all about this whole nudist thing when there's so many other things to talk about. But I do understand it's Howard Stern, so.
Okay, all right.
They're talking about her too in the background, so she has either the radio.
Because we don't want you to leave, upset or anything.
I know, I'm okay.
You're okay?
I'm okay.
All right.
I'm fine.
So here she leaves, nice Canadian girl saying bye, but she is dying inside.
Bye.
Yeah, she's pissed.
Well, I just got a really disturbing report that Erica did leave here sort of abruptly and wouldn't talk to Lisa G. And according to Jason, seemed on the verge of crying.
Well, I tried to tell you guys she was upset. I don't know why you won't listen.
I don't understand I swear to you, I do not
what Sal
understand
Richard
this.
did was rude.
Yeah, that was really horrible.
I threw them out.
I think she's
you
more
threw
upset
them
about
out.
that than
I threw
anything
them
you
out.
did.
No, she was.
Go ahead, Debbie. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Like, Howard's response to Sal and Richard being assaulting her basically is, well, I threw them out. It's like, yeah, well, the deed was already done. You didn't stop them from doing anything.
It's the worst case of good cop, bad cop you've ever seen. And then again, to underestimate your odd that we don't know the mandate came from you all along at the same time. I don't know.
Yeah, and I always think that Artie. I'm sorry. So go ahead, Sunflower.
The one time anyone walked in on the show was when Scott the engineer and what's his name, the old guy, security, Ronnie, did a joke, air quotes.
Yeah.
And that one time Howard went off about don't come in the studio unless you're told to.
Right.
So these two came in because they were told to.
That exactly right. That revealed exactly what the mandate is with these guys behind the scenes.
When she hit the front door, she was hysterical crying.
She was?
Yeah.
Why?
No.
What did I say? Is that
Yeah, how could he knows exactly
a
what he
rude?
did?
I mean, it was in the notes.
First of all, what Sal
It was in the notes.
Richard did was really rude, and her
came in and said, "Step it up, you dumb
her
broad."
face changed when they started hammering her. She
That
didn't
was a
think
little
that was
brutal.
funny at all.
Oh,
It wasn't funny.
I threw them right out. I didn't think it was
No,
funny
you
either.
didn't throw them right out. They got a lot out.
Right.
Yeah, the damage was done.
Well, gee, I mean, I found her fun, but I just thought
Howard's
my
the most
God.
hateable one in the whole scenario, without a
Yeah.
question.
And by the way, like this just shows, like sometimes I think that Artie is thinking of his sister in place of the actress being interviewed, where it's like when Sal and Richard come in and torment her, he, the good guy side of Artie, which I think Artie is a good guy. I don't think he's evil, but like, but I think he actually respects women like his sister and his mother, and he's thinking of like them in that situation. Howard isn't thinking of his daughters in the line of questioning that he's subjecting her to, or when Sal and Richard come in, he hates women.
Do you know how protective he is of his sister?
Oh, mental.
Do you know?
He
Have you read that
is.
comment? Who made the comment about his sister and he went crazy? Who was it?
Oh,
It was
Mike, high pitch Mike said something about effing Artie's sister on the couch.
Okay. It was high pitched
that's
Mike and
right.
somebody
He said,
else.
if you don't think I'm gay, I'll F your sister right here on the couch. in front of you.
Yes. Good callback, son. Flau. Okay, so now cut to this is 2022. Erica Durance goes on her friend Michael Rosenbaum's podcast. The
What year was
about
this? Sorry,
2022.
Beautiful, thank you.
Okay, so the difference between, I think it's about 18 years between this and what she says. She knows this too, and she comes on. The interview with Rosenbaum's about to end, and she decides there's something bugging her, and she decides to slip this in at the end. It's so random and bizarre, and this is the first and only time she's ever spoken about this. So here we go, and this is a unbelievable look at the fourth wall, disingenuous puppet master, fake WWE bullshit of the current Stern show, and probably a lot longer than we realize.
Because we're running out of time for your session. We can talk about something that was really tough in my life.
Well, she doesn't age, man. This is 18 years later.
She looks great.
She looks great.
I had to do if we ever do another podcast.
Well, can you give me a hint about it?
It's when I did the Howard Stern show.
Oh, wait. You did the Howard Stern show.
Well, it was one. I ended up doing it twice, and I shouldn't have gone back. But
What was it? What he was just asking you, because it's Howard. He asked personal questions.
so the first time was kind of gross, but I got away with it. And then I did a Butterfly Effect 2. And I got a lot of pressure from the studio and from a lot of people to go on Howard Stern. My first reaction was, and this is what I should have stuck to, no, it's not my deal. Like, my life isn't that like that. I don't have a tawdry existence. It's fairly basic. But then they kept asking, and the studio's like, you got to do this. And so I said, okay, I'll go and do this. I can do this. Because the last experience I had with Howard, he's a nice enough guy. Like, he's smart. He knows his stuff. You just have to know what you're doing when you go in the ring with him. And I did not. And so they do these pre-interviews with you where they ask you something. So they gave me this line of making up these like West Van parties that our family does, which is like, we're known for, like, West Van is known for swinging and all that jazz and all that.
West Vancouver.
West Vancouver, yeah. I don't know the group, and I don't.
Bon, did you pause that?
No.
What happened?
Didn't touch it.
What's going on here?
I don't know.
Are you kidding me? Hold on a second.
Sure.
No, it's probably me. It may not have.
That's a joke. By the way, I love her. She seems so nice.
Does she
I
remind
just
you of you?
paused it now.
Shout out Erica Durance.
I think we should all go on Twitter and let her know what we think of her and how much we admire her going through. And this candor here, I'm going to find another version of it. I can't stop it here. There's no way. Erica Durance. Okay, I got it here. I'm going to put.
So I used to have a friend. Can you guys hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
And we used to hang out and go diving and all that kind of stuff. And then she invited me to her house one day. And it was middle of the afternoon, sunny day. I got to the door, knocked on it. She opened the door. She's fully nude.
Oh my God.
I sat down at the kitchen table and had tea with her while she was nude.
Do you think she was keen for action? Is that right?
No, I don't think so. She was just a nudist. But anyway,
well, that's even weirder. Didn't you? How long had you known this person before this happened?
A good year. Yeah, we were friends. We went scuba diving all the time. We went to the beach and hung out, but we never got naked on the beach, but straight up head to toe. And I sat there and we had tea. Yeah.
Maybe she thought you would be interested. Maybe. Do you think so? Did you stay friends?
Doesn't
That's
always
a great
mean
question.
Sexuality. That's the thing.
Well,
yeah, we were friends for years. And so years and years.
Did you ever talk to her about it later?
Yeah, she said, "Are you uncomfortable?" Because I was staring at the floor, and I said a little, and she put clothes on, so it was okay.
Wow.
Okay, I think
you
I found
hear that
same
happening
spot.
often. I love that story, though. Thank you.
They did
If a
these
guy did that
pre-interviews
to
with
me,
you where they
I
asked you
wouldn't know what
something.
to
So
do.
they gave me this line
I'd be
of
shocked.
making up these like West Van parties that our family does, which is like we're known for, like West Van is known for swinging and all that jazz and all that.
West Vancouver.
West Vancouver, yeah. I don't know the group and I don't understand why it happens, but I don't judge.
Okay.
Anyways, pre-interview, they said make this shit up and then we'll segue, we'll have a little laugh, and then we'll segue into talking about your show. And so I did that, and then they didn't let it go. And there was no way I could get around it. It got worse and worse and worse.
Okay, everybody hear that?
Oh my God.
Let's hear the reaction, Flau.
You told me to do it. That explains why her answers weren't very good, because she doesn't do it. So she doesn't know how to explain it because she doesn't do it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Okay, everyone. Yes.
Wow.
So Erica Durance was told to make up, you go to nude parties in West Vancouver and you're going to tell Howard this because this is what he thinks you do. You're going to make up a fake backstory about your life, and you're going to do it because you need to promote this movie. And we're going to belabor and hammer you with these questions until you. So this is not even, the story's not even real. It's for Howard, and the whole show is fake.
So yeah,
Crazy.
Imagine every other guest who's done this. Think back.
Right.
Everyone
makes
in the
you think,
chat list stuff you think could have been faked now. It's unbelievable.
If she's doing it every time, like they brought up James Franco, I mean, whatever. Pick your guest. You can't trust anything that comes from the show. We've had fake callers. We found it with the Electric Eel stuff and Johnny Meyer, who was in here. If you can't trust this, you can't. This must be going on with at least 50% of the guests.
Imagine a guy like
That's
Seth
huge.
Rogen, who he's a player. He'll do whatever they want. So all those guys, they'd play along and make up a whole load of crap. We've been screwed.
Flau just said, this is huge. My question is, why isn't this a massive story? Who can we send this to blow up their spot? This is ridiculous. This is like what Fox News does, right? Fox News got sued by, what was it, Flau? The company that about the voting and the fakes and Tucker Carlson and
Smartmatic was one of them.
Oh God, the huge $1 billion lawsuit.
Yeah, Smartmatic was one of them. I forgot the other one. There was two voting machine companies.
Right. But it's just like that, right? If you can't trust that, this is fake.
Dominion.
Dominion, thank you.
Yeah.
This should be huge. This blows up these calling himself, master interviewer and king of all honesty. And
as I was sitting there, and then they started making fun of my outfit and saying I looked Amish. They're just trying to get any kind of reaction out of me.
This is on the actual show.
Yeah, this is on the show. Like if you YouTube it, now a bunch of people might YouTube it.
So Howard's interviewing you.
Howard's interviewing me, and
they're making fun of you?
Oh yeah, because they realized that it wasn't me. Like I was trying to play this game. If I had been like them and gone in there and known how to like work the room and stuff, they probably would have chilled. But the worst experience of that, and I cannot believe I didn't birth, I don't know why I didn't leave, but he had two cronies that threatened, they were standing there off camera, and they were going to drop trow and show me their business to try to get another reaction out of me. Like it was just a nightmare. And all I could think is, I've like brought so much shame to my family. And that's all I could think about was like, why did you do this? If it had just been me, I would have been like, that was really embarrassing and dumb. But I felt so embarrassed for my family because it was so tawdry. And
well, wait a minute. Well, you were on his show before.
I talked about it to Kristen, and that's it.
Well, you were on.
Kristen is Kristen Kruk, and she plays Lana Lang. She's like half Asian on Smallville. So I guess she confided in her, but never said it in public like this. This is sexual harassment trauma. This is trauma. This is 20 years later that she's bringing it up, and deservedly so. Who wouldn't be from these things?
She's so sweet.
Yeah,
She's
that's
such
the worst
a sweet
part.
Person.
She deserves so much better than this, and she has all that Canadian cool factor that makes you broad so great. And she tells a very succinct story too, and you really need to blow up their spot with this. This is crazy shit.
The problem is Howard's irrelevant at this point, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
even
like
so, I
cares.
just love to see it somewhere. I know. I just love to see it somewhere.
The thing to do is link this in the Smartless video. You know, just
yes, yes. Autobot is a great point here. How crazy if that Allison Mack sex cult thing had come out at that point.
The NXIVM thing, right?
This would have been all he talked about, and that hadn't hit yet.
In the show on Howard Stern once before, you said?
Yeah.
And that was fine?
Well, it was okay. It was still like kind of embarrassing, and it was talking about
but it was
stuff.
okay enough for you to come back, so you felt like it wasn't going to get.
I felt like it was going to be like kind of like the soft footing it, right? And something light and joke, and then talk about the movie. I was supposed to get on there and talk about the movie, and they wouldn't do it, right? They couldn't let go of this ridiculous story that they told me to make up.
Wow.
And I just couldn't figure out a way to get out. And it was over, and Howard was really nice. Like he came up afterwards. He's like, "Are you okay? You seem like I think they thought it was part of their show, right?" And
I hope she didn't fall for his bullshit, his good cop, bad cop bullshit. I hope she didn't fall for that. She didn't know the show
just
well.
Lie.
Yeah,
they would say she's lying. You know.
And I'm like, yeah. And I got out of there. And I went downstairs, and I started I was bawling in the room in the building below, and somebody reported that back, and then it was headlines: Erica left Howard Stern crying, and it's taken me. This has been well over a decade, 15, 16 years to even talk about it because it was so embarrassing.
You know what?
But it's good to talk about it now, and especially in this world where we're talking about our past. And it's like, you know what? I still learned something valuable from that. Like, go with your gut. And if you can't do something or you don't think you should, or it's not your deal, don't be so afraid of authority. Just say no.
Man, in this day, and Rosenbaum was about to say it. Who told her to lie? It says no. How do you say this? Noi, N-O-A. Will Murray told her to lie. So she does the way the Stern Show works and worked. I can't get out, Nobby. Right, Brendan? Right. She's pre-interviewed by Will Murray or Jason Kaplan. It used to be Gary, and they tell her, "What do you want to talk to Howard? Here's how the interview is going to go. What do you have that Howard will be interested in?" And if she comes at them with shit that numbskull, that 45 IQ can't digest, they will make shit up and give her a backstory that feeble mind will take in. And so they gave her this backstory that she hosts nude parties in Canada. And that's all from Howard. And now she has to run with this fake story because he doesn't know anything else. He can't improvise.
I mean, her answers were bad if they were truthful, but because they're lies, like she did an okay job of like improvising. Like it was a huge, long improvising exercise.
Who would want to go much longer with that story?
Right.
Would any of us here? Would you guys want to talk about that any longer than like 3 minutes? That's not even a good story. You're nude.
No.
You're sitting there. There's nothing else to it.
Where are you going to go with it?
Where are you going to go with it?
Into an orgy, and then he wants sexual stuff.
He wants to hear about male nudity, is what he wants to hear about. You're fulfilling his gay fantasy.
She said about 5 times, like, it's not sexual. It's just, it's a different thing. So it's like, great, the buck stops here because you're not going to hear about, guys ejaculating. There's nothing. They yes, all of them have penises. That's the end of the story.
And if you wanted more, then give her more to say. If you're giving her a fake story anyway, why not give her 45 minutes worth of fake story?
Right.
Then give her more material because that's what you want. You made it up to begin with. You tell her the more salacious fake shit to say if you have a problem.
Yeah. Will Murray underestimated how horny Howard was that day. Didn't give her enough notes.
Okay, we're wrapping
And
up.
I have a hard time saying no if my boss says I'm supposed to do something, right?
Yeah, especially if they're not like, maybe you weren't prepared enough,
Ronnie
obviously, or and I don't think
sure.
when I've listened to Howard Stern, I don't think and I was always a huge fan. I was always dying to get on the show. I guess I was never big enough, obviously, to be on the show, but I always used to love Howard, and he used to talk about.
So he couldn't get on the show even then. Like, I cannot tell you how bad the guests were in those years that he couldn't get on. That's so bizarre.
I also that's a little tone deaf here for him to say, like, well, you clearly you just weren't prepared for the interview. Like, it's her fault that she was abused by these people.
But he doesn't know the show as well as he thinks he does. He's making excuses for him, and he's trying.
It's shitty that he's trying to make excuses. That's shitty.
I think he's done the wrap-up show, so I think he thinks he's going to get on the show. So he's trying not to go too hard on it, and he's trying to play.
He's
both
running
sides.
interference. Right.
Yeah, he's running interference.
Like the Mad Men mentality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About Smallville and my
he
brother
was Smallville, and he was
he was great. And so I don't picture him like, I think that like he had no idea that you were that's what you said. You were like, I don't think he didn't know that I was really upset.
Stop making excuses for him.
Because you could fake it pretty good. You're strong enough. You're like, yeah, and then you're dying inside. Like,
it was brutal.
And how long was it? How long was the interview?
It felt like it was like 4 hours long. It was probably 20 minutes. But it was just like, oh my God. And so now I look at those things in my life and I try to say, okay, what would I say in response to that? It was interesting. I was talking to Kristen about it, and I still felt like it was all my fault. And Kristen's like, in scenarios like that, it isn't all your fault. Like, they shouldn't have been threatening to show you their penises. Like, that's not okay.
None of it is her fault. It's not even crazy. It is
and that's why, like, the guy interviewing her, like, to not reassure her after she would just bared her soul out like that. Like, I am so sorry that happened to you. What a den of vipers. Like, they're all evil.
Right.
You did nothing wrong. And he's kind of playing it off like, yeah, well, maybe you were a little bit right and a little bit wrong. And it's like, no, she was completely right
in every way. And I don't.
A little bit of misogyny.
Exactly. Yeah. And running interference for Howard because he's like a super fan that just can't get that. He can't get over that. Like Sal can't get over being a super fan.
But he's also not a super fan enough to know how the show really works. He misses that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, he's that other level of fan that doesn't quite understand what's going on in the fourth wall. He's such a super fan. He didn't even hear her on the show. Supposedly, like your friend from Small was on your favorite show, but you didn't hear it twice. You didn't hear either one. You have no idea.
Yeah.
So that's not a super fan at all. We know we're the psychos here, and we know what that is.
Right.
But look, guys, 16 years later, and it is on her mind all the time. She brings it up here, and it almost had no reason to be brought up. Like, it was, she's like thinking about it out of context. And she goes, let me tell you what I'm still traumatized by. That's crazy.
She probably beats herself up too when replays it over and over. Like, I should have done
Definitely.
this. I should have done that.
You would run it back in your head. What could I have done differently? Right. Exactly right.
It bums me out to watch it too. I mean, it's just like I'm not even mad so much as I am sad for her. Like it makes me sad to watch that.
I think she still thinks. I don't think it's gone away. I don't think that purged her. I don't think that.
Well, it hasn't been rectified.
No, it will unless we do it.
Right.
I want to get. We should put justice for Erica Durance on all over Twitter and run with it. I'm not even kidding. She's such a
absolutely
sweet Canadian. Honestly,
she deserves so much.
She couldn't
better.
have deserved any less. No one deserved. And the way she handled.
She also might not want it all brought up again too.
That's
you know
true.
what I mean? It should be her.
That's on her to bring it up if she wants. Yeah,
we don't have to tell her.
Yes, correct.
Judy Wright. Yes.
Before we wrap it up, I just wanted to show everyone a bit of music news. So, Jane's Addiction singer Perry Farrell attacks Dave Navarro less than a week ago on stage.
Yep, I saw this.
And punches him, and now Jane's Addiction are split up once again. Look at this. Isn't this crazy? And there, Perry Farrell's wife will run out now. I think that's... Oh, she's coming out. She's somewhere there. And you can actually hear...
When he addressed the office to the audience. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Look at that. You can hear them. You can hear them screaming through his actual microphone, and they drag him off. And they have cancelled their tour. And isn't that absolutely pathetic?
Did you get any backstory on it? What was
This is what they do. That's it. Those guys split up for about 15 years because of that. Back in the early 90s, they put out a great album and then split up for like over a decade, because they just fight all the time. They're nutcases.
Do you think it's drugs with Perry?
Perry's notorious heroin.
Yeah, but I didn't think he was still on it. I thought,
No, neither do I. He's 72 or something like
Holy
that.
Shit. Who is? He's not
Perry
72.
Farrell.
No, he's not. He's in his early 60s. I think he's 62.
Maybe I'm thinking. I'll just check. Maybe it's 60. It's probably not 72. You're right. Yeah.
I just never think of
65.
heroin addicts
Sorry.
that
Yeah,
old.
I was a bit off there. I was a little bit off.
You know who's going to replace him in the band now?
You are the dream I never knew I had.
Did you know that Sarah?
I love it how you say Sarah.
Sierra flashed Dave Navarro at a Red Hot Chili Peppers concert in the 90s.
She's writing about it in the chat.
She's writing about it now.
Yeah.
There she goes. Yeah, she goes. Yeah, Dave Navarro, my height. He saw my. Wow. There's a donation, right? Sarah donos for Sarah in that story. The full transparency. I saw Jane's Addiction in Michigan 10 years ago, says Mr. D. They sucked. They hate each other, and Perry and the rest of them are addicts and drunks. So of course, there are still.
Oh yeah. I saw them in 2003, and they were really good, really good. But they had a different bassist at that point. That bass player's trouble, Eric Avery. He's a real troubled guy. You know what? Good story about Dave Navarro. People don't really know. He dated Fiona Apple, the singer, in the 90s.
I didn't know that.
And she dumped him, and he apparently left a blood. He cut himself and wrote on her mirror, "I love you, Fiona," in his own blood.
That's like Depp and Billy Bob Thornton, Bond in the Depp trial, right? With the blood in the mirror, it's the same thing.
Yeah, this is what
Didn't Billy Bob Thornton and what's her name?
Amber
Heard. The most beautiful woman on the earth.
Angelina.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't they have vials of each other's blood that they wore around their neck?
Wow, did they? Oh my god.
Yeah. It's kind of romantic.
They're all crazy. You talk about Howard being crazy, talking about Robin. They're all like, now you find Dave Grohl's not such a nice guy. It's just, it never ends. There's no one nice left.
For all intents and purposes, I heard Dave Navarro is exactly that, one of the nicest guys in all of rock and roll. I've heard nothing but good things about him, actually. I know he's in the right there. I know he's in the right there.
Sexual, spiritual, sexual, both ended on spiritual, like hell, the name of God, my breasts, Hebrew is God in Hebrew is Shaddai. Shaddai in Hebrew also means my rests. God rest in Hebrew is God in Hebrew is Shaddai. Shaddai in Hebrew also means my rests. God.
Wow. It's like traumatic. It's like it's like a 911 call that keeps cutting out and someone's being murdered.
That's really funny.
I want to thank all three of you
Vaughn.
for a great show. I hope we learned a lot on Lotus Notes today. It's a very, very special episode of Lotus Notes,
Yes.
I might say.
Erica learns a tough lesson about tough love.
And of course,
it's not
Richard,
funny, right? It's not funny.
Richard Christie's body. That no one's can just looking at his body, even with the genitals covered up, makes you feel uncomfortable. As a broad sunflower, that doesn't make you feel happy about having supper tonight, does it?
No, because there's a difference between nudity and sexuality.
Oh my God, I'm getting a drop of you saying that. You said that about 4 times tonight. You are a lawyer.
There is a difference. You're not, okay, let's just say your grandma's naked.
Okay.
Right?
She's dead.
And you walk in the room. Okay,
Yep,
you know what I'm saying. You're not that particular nudity has nothing to do with sexuality, and that's how I feel about Richard. So it's all good.
I was in the hospital over the summer, and was nude under a gown, and I didn't feel like it was a sexual thing if they're going to come and examine me. So yeah, it's very different.
Exactly.
I want to thank everybody for donating. No, I'm just trying.
I'm sorry.
It was great. The next show, would you guys want to do Fran Drescher next, Chauncey, or go back to finish off the stuff? You want to do Fran Drescher next, or you want to do?
Yeah, I mean the Fran Drescher, because I've actually never heard the clip of like Ray Stern calling in to yell at Howard for bailing on the nanny and stuff. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Go finish.
There's some mentions of Howard on the nanny. I think I'll try to find those clips too.
I got a ton. I got the whole thing. I know exactly where it is.
Okay.
Howdy.